Hello, everybody. Welcome for coming in just before we get going. They're just finalizing a lot of the waitlist stuff, a lot of the last second entries. If you've ever been to a store regional, you know a lot of people sign up, don't show up at the beginning, and so they got to get in all the people that joined on the waitlist. So once they start doing announcements, stuff like that, we'll get right into the actual action here. We've already got a player and deck settled for round one, and big shout outs to Night and Day Games. You can check out their link in the description below, the store that is letting us stream this and produce this content. Big shout outs to them, and then also shout out Jareen, one of our other locals, another content creator as well, Inkari Incorporated, for really just setting everything up. I'm just here yapping for you all, here doing some commentary, and Jareen is the one that produced all the equipment, produced all the camera, lighting, setup, everything. So big shout outs to them. Anyways, we'll go back to some music. We'll start very soon, and yeah, get excited. Sorry for the spontaneous the notice for this.
Grammarly now uses AI to help you write, not just revise. Type a prompt and generate a persuasive, mistake-free draft in seconds, personalized to your unique writing style. Download it for free at Grammarly.com.
Behold, Jimmy John's new smoked cheddar bourbon club. Tasteful. With premium roasted meats. Exquisite. And smooth bourbon sauce. Top shelf. It's almost as classy as knowing a British person. Or
Just how extreme is Drew Johnson? He supports letting politicians ban abortion with no exceptions, even to save a woman's life. And he wants to cut Social Security by 30%. Drew Johnson is too extreme.
PlayStation.
Just wanted to give you all guys a quick update. Ooh, is my mic not very loud? Just wanted to give you all a quick update on here. There is a quick repair, but don't worry, we still have an exciting deck round one for you all to showcase, and looking forward to this, but it'll take a little bit longer just about getting pairings now.
Trump intends to enact a national sales tax that would raise prices on middle-class families by $4,000 a year. We will pass a tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans.
With Jump's dynamic interface, you can move from raw data to insights with ease and efficiency. Get insights quicker and innovate faster. Discover momentum with Jump.
All right, hello, welcome on, and we've got round one here for you on this. We got Calgara versus Nami, so honestly, not the one that I expected, but we got the repair, and so this matched up, and so we're good to go. So, Jareen, I've got you right next to me. Theoretically, how do you feel like this matchup goes?
Ooh, you know what? It's kind of crazy because Calgara is like a rush deck, isn't it? And I heard that Nami has the hardest time against rush decks. So we'll see. But the Calgara has to get into the later half of the game to summon the big bodies.
It'll be interesting, especially once Calgara starts putting down those different characters through the leader effect. Nami not really swinging at life at all, so the Calgara has plenty of life to utilize through its leader effect. on this battle. It'll be an exciting one right here. We got a 5 on the Calgara side and a 6 on Nami. So Nami's going to be choosing whether they want to go first or second on this one. It's interesting to think about if you would rather go for first or second. Turning up Jareen's audio. Thank you guys so much for letting me know as well in the chat about audio. We're very much put this on the fly here for this tournament. So Jareen, as I'm adjusting your audio, tell me a little bit more on what do you think the key cards are going to be for each side?
The key cards, of course, we got White Snake on Nami's side. Yeah. White Snake on Nami's side, making sure that making the perfect numbers a little less perfect. But for me, looking at Calgara is just since Nami doesn't like to take life, Calgara could probably just summon a body every turn if it could.
All right, rules being explained right now. Hopefully the adjustments are a little bit better on here. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Appreciate everybody joining. Timer about to start. Don't worry, we'll reset the timer heading into this battle. One of the, just explaining all the rules going on right here. I hope everybody's having a good day right here. I'm gonna try to turn up just a little bit. I'm gonna see as well, gonna try to play around a little bit with some things.
This is just so that if we hear it.
Is there a way to turn us up any higher than this?
We could, yeah. Let's go here. We can do this.
Jareen, our audio engineer, is helping out.
All the engineer. How does that sound?
So checking out there, it looks like the audio level's a little bit higher, so that's nice.
Go here for me. Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna need to be higher.
Hello, hello, hello. Cool. Yeah. And then we'll adjust that through. We'll adjust the audio throughout the stream if anybody needs it.
Yeah, this was very put together last second, everybody, so thank you so much for your patience. But let me know in the chat as well who you think is going to win this matchup. Nami did opt to choose either first or second. Don't know exactly what they did choose, but knowing that information, let me know whether you think Calgara or Nami is going to win. I'm very interested to see this matchup. I'm a Nami main myself, I would say. Like, I almost exclusively play Nami. And I don't know how this matchup really goes. I haven't played this one too much, Jareen, so it'll be curious to see Calgara in here. The cheating out the Calgara Vanilla, right? That Calgara Vanilla is a, what cost is it? Or how much power is it?
It's either a 6 or an 8 cost. I know that it was an even vanilla cost.
Even vanilla costs. We do know that it is a strong card and going to be a strong contender in this one. 8,000 power characters, 6 costs. Yes. Chat saying Calgara should be favored. Anti-Nami unless you're Jake. But life is being put out. Hands are being decided right here. It's going to be an exciting one in this. And to see how we go. 5 life each. Knuckle touch. Looks like Nami choosing to go second, so with that 1 drop, going to play that upper yard, going to be looking at that top 5, going to be trying to find a key card in here. We'll see exactly what they decide to do, if there's anything to grab right here. And it looks like they're going to grab that Ohm. So Ohm, a great card. Tell me a little bit about that card, Jareen.
Man, that card's pretty great. It was a menace in OP08. But on play, you get to look at the top 5 and pick out a holy. And if you do, or whether or not you do, when you play Ohm, you get to summon a holy from hand.
So swarming the board, Nami's Nemesis could be very good later in this one, but for now, we're just going to use 2 Dawn, play Shura, and grab something else. We're going to grab a Sky Island card, a lot of these Calgara cards, Sky Island packages, and just going to be grabbing another upper yard, and with that last Dawn right there, instead of going in and swinging with Nami, just going to build up the hand a little bit more, maybe try to find another piece, and that Calgara, that key card that we talked about right there, is exactly what's grabbed.
white snake that I was talking about earlier.
So still deciding to do a 5 swing, and with 2 Dawn on, it's a perfect opportunity for Whitesnake to just draw a card and not take a life right there. So we'll see if Nami decides to play anything at this point, whether it's a Marguerite blocker that's coming down right now. Nice draw 1. Marguerite, part of the great additions in OP07 that really boosted up Nami to where it is right now. So after that, leaving 1 Dawn open, just going to pass the turn. Unlikely that the Shura is going to be attacking, so just really need to focus on 1 swing right now from the Calgara leader. So now with that, Ohm is going to find a Holly in the top 5 and play that down. Going to attach the last one and swing 6, deciding, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and use the aggression, use that leader effect to take my life, play down that Wiper, and that Wiper is going to find an upper yard and play it, finding 3 upper yards already, Jareen.
Oh man, who's the one that's milling through their deck?
The upper yard is going to continue to find different cards and going to find another Wiper to potentially play on the field in a future turn. But that 6K attack, once that, when attacking phase is resolved, go over to the Nami and play that Desert Spada. Desert Spada, a great card in the deck, especially when you're not expecting any other attacks, to be able to reorder your top 3 and try to find, you know, something off the top deck to be able to use. And so looking around in here, we're at 6 Dawn now.
My bad, that's the wrong card.
So we got about a little over 31.5 minutes now on this round. Gonna start off playing a Kaya. So the Kaya, knowing the top 3 cards of the Desert Spada, is going to be, you know, all 3 cards drawn now. One from the top deck to start the turn, and the other from the Kaya. Going to be trashing a Desert Spada, and I didn't see the other card, but for the Nami, it looks like 2 Desert Spadas potentially. Or maybe it was just one of the 2 cards. Not 100% sure. But either way, both hands looking pretty healthy, and it looks like the Pilaf is going to be played right there, drawing 2. Still got 2 Dawn up, so expecting at least 4 swings, right? There's a Wiper, Ohm, Holly, and Leader Calgara on the field. The 4 swings is going to be pretty heavy with only 1 blocker and 2 Dawn, so we'll see if this play pays off. So thinking about where they want to go, do you start off doing something like Leader Effect, or do you swing with these characters first? So just opting to go wide right, now going 5K with the Shura. So an excellent time that could have been Whitesnake, but instead it uses the Usopp's Rubber Band. Only 1 Dawn left for the rest of the turn. Probably going to be taking life in here. So after this 6 swing, could use another, but instead tries to take the life. Going to be no trigger right there. So now this Ohm going to be swinging 5, I believe. Going to be a Gavel, so going to get rid of that Impel Down All-Stars. A great hand to use off of the Gavel, having to trash 1 and mill 2. Is just going to attach 1 Dawn, swing 6, either going to take a life or prompt a block. And after that 6 Leader Effect, going to play that vanilla Calgara that we saw earlier, and decides to take a life right there. The last 2 Dawn attached to the Wiper, going to swing and block right there. So honestly, in my opinion, not looking that good for Nami right now. Calgara, especially after that beginning draws, absolutely running the table, it feels like, on this. 3 life to 3, I believe. 3 life each at this point. So going to start out 5, swinging out a character. I'm not sure if it's Shura or Ohm Holly. It looks like it's going to be at the Shura. So 5,000 against that, but going to be pitching a couple cards to 2Ks to be able to get out of that one. Playing down that blocker. Marguerite is going to draw 1. And we'll see what the rest of the Dawn, if Nami decides to do anything else or just hold it for the defense. Has a pretty good-sized hand, I would say, but just the insane start by the Calgara right here is looking real good. I believe there should be about 4 or 5 left, but he's going to be playing another Marguerite right here. The Marguerite going to draw another one. I believe 2 Dawn left at this point, an 8 Dawn turn, but just decides to pass. Lots of characters to be able to swing with, 2 blockers and 2 Dawn. It's going to be interesting to see how Nami plays out the rest of this turn right here. Still plenty of cards to go in the deck. So starting out, I believe this should be a 9 Dawn turn if memory is correct. We don't have deck lists as of yet. We'll have deck lists afterwards, and of course I'll make a video about the deck lists after. We'll show you all of the fun decks and the top placing decks from this tournament. But right now we only have what we see, and if we ask some of the players specific questions. So starting out with the Calgara 6, just going to be a 2K counter right there. Easy get out of 7, and with the Calgara leader effect is going to play another vanilla Calgara, so going extremely aggressive with playing down these characters, and that 6 is going to prompt a rubber band, get rid of a nice perfume femur, so this list running perfume femurs as well. I know that's a card that a lot of people choose whether or not to play in the deck. It's one of the more tech cards that we see. That 5K Holly Swing is going to be countered out, and a 6 or 7 actually off of the Ohm, because now the Calgara is at 2 life, so the Ohm gets the 1000 power boost, and now a swing from the Wiper is going to take a life. No triggers at all so far for this Nami. A trigger heavy deck like Nami is just going to be nothing, and so going ahead, using the swings, going to have that Wiper swing, using the Blaze Slice to rest that blocker. Very nice addition into the deck, and tech card to be able to put the Nami to 1 life left at this point. The Calgara at 2. So now with Nami, a full 10 Dawn is going to be swinging at the Ohm. Just going to be a nice, easy 1K counter. I think as Calgara, you just try to keep these characters alive at this point. Everybody on the field is over 5,000 power, or 5,000 and over, I would say. Do you play anything here if you're the Nami at this point, Jareen?
Yeah, I don't think so. It's crazy looking at this, because like you would see that this specific matchup, Calgara does not need its hand, it does not need its life, so Calgara is just for free summoning things and then guarding them with his hand. It's kind of insane to see how quickly this match is going.
And so decides to do some drawing with the Kai, still at 9 Dawn, so pretty substantial. You'd expect to see, if you're seeing the perfume femurs, that this Nami probably not playing something like Deathwing, so hand size is going to be very nice for the Nami at this point if they're going to try to survive this turn, but especially with the Blaze Split knowledge, playing the Poodle very nice on KO, will mill another card for this Nami, but 7 Dawn left. Is it going to be enough to get rid of all of these swings that are going to be incoming? And so passing off the turn, we'll see if the Calgara can get the win right here. It's going to be a full 10 Dawn now, both sides at this point. So we'll see exactly what they want to do. You got to think, as well as the Nami, there might be a situation where a 5-drop ace could come in, right? 5-drop ace on yellow being very good could provide just another 7K swing.
5-drop ace, kind of insane. But yeah, and then on the opposite end, instead of just playing a rush ace to try and end the game, we could also just prolong the suffering and play Nolan Blanche. Nolan Blanche, right? As long as there's a Calgara in the field, heal a life. I would not want to be on the other side of that field if that happened.
Definitely something you want to think about. You don't want to put yourself to 0 as Calgara. That could spell disaster when Nami swings 15 face at you. But at this point now, after a couple swings, Snake Dance putting that Kaya back in hand and then countering out through the next swing. It's going to be attaching a couple for the Wiper, and now the Love Mellow at 3 cards or less is going to draw a card. So doing some drawing, still have a couple blockers right here. So the Calgara attaching 1, going to be swinging another 9, one of the magic numbers right here. And after prompting that block, putting down an Impel Down All-Star is a very easy card for that. But 2 swings left to go that we know of right now. And the Calgara is going to be swinging 9. Still 1 life, 1 blocker left on the field. asking to count up the deck, and the Calgara player saying, yeah, you can count up your deck. Remember, in the One Piece trading card game, the official rules is you can't just grab your discard pile, shuffle it, your trash. You can't also touch your deck. So you do have to get permission if you want to do that during battle. So thankfully, Tartar asking permission for that before, because, you know, both players want to know how much deck is left. So on that swing, blocking that one, another 9 coming right here. Still 3, so this Love Love Mellow and another counter card is going to be able to get out, but decides didn't draw anything right there, so is going to get the first trigger, honestly, of the game, is that rubber band, but no life left at this point. Did survive that turn, but going to have to do a lot of digging if he wants to get out of this one.
Man, I wonder, let's look at that, see how much cards are left in the deck.
It's hard to tell at this point, but based on the amount of time, looks like a pretty hefty deck.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty hefty deck. I was going to say earlier, man, it looked like he was pretty low, and like looking at the field, I was like, man, how does he have so little? But seeing how long it took for him to count his deck is like, oh no, he's still a little ways away from decking out.
The Kaya, though, I'm sorry, is going to help him get to the end if he wants to. He's trashing the Perfume Femur, an excellent card to trash off Kaya's, because, well, you don't have any use for Perfume Femur in this deck. An odd choice, some would say, but Jareen, what's the trigger on that Perfume Femur?
Let's see if we can find it. Can you find it over there? Yeah, because Perfume Femur, I have a card database here, but for some reason it's having a hard time previewing. If you've noticed throughout the stream, I was trying to put some cards up, and then I was kind of... All right. Oh, it's just draw one card.
Yes, so the draw one, always nice to get off of a trigger. Could mean the difference in a game, but playing the Gloriosa now at 8 Dawn left in the turn is going to grab that Snake Dance. Snake Dance is going to be very nice for picking up a character and defending out of swings that are incoming, but the 5K swing is going to be just a nice 1K counter block, and then in we go with what is possibly the final turn of the game. This decides with 0 life and no blockers whether you live or die. So even if you do swing the whole way, opting to go wide instead is going to prompt a 6K swing, is going to be a rubber band. Peel off, probably, although a lot of people don't like discarding peel off, is actually going to be a nice card to discard off of that, because it's not going to help you in the defense, only on the offense. So
it is getting to the point where it's either survive this turn, or either win next turn or die this turn.
And so now just looking at what all is left in the deck.
Tartar, we know, is a pretty, uses this deck a lot. Pretty sure he should be able to tell what is left in his deck.
Is going to be doing that Snake Dance, pick up the Kaya to get out of that next swing. Is going to be now going in with the Wiper. It's going to be a White Snake. White Snake is going to add 1,000, but going to need a little bit more counter to be able to get out of this swing, but is going to be 6K for the rest of the way as this Calgara goes in and swings 10. And so off of the 6, going to need a little bit more counter, only a couple more to go. It's just going to be another White Snake to put you at 7, but unless you have something like a Gavel right here, and it looks like all that's left was Kaya. So the Nami getting decently close. It looks like there's probably about like 10 cards left in there, but the Calgara just having an incredible start and incredible aggression at the beginning of the game does pull off the victory right there. So that's going to be the end of round 1. Is that kind of how you expected that matchup to go, Jareen?
Yes. The only thing is that I didn't realize it would be so fast. Like I haven't seen a Nami in a while, and I haven't seen Calgara too much either. So I wasn't really expecting it to be so fast.
Especially when you talk about you know, experienced Nami players, seasoned Nami players, doesn't take too long for them to decide actions. And I know all of OP08, Levia, the Calgara player, has just been playing Calgara constantly, the only deck that they've been doing. So two very experienced players with their decks. That is going to be the end of round one. We're going to have a little bit of time in between rounds, maybe do a little bit of adjustments and stuff like that before we get into round two. We'll have some things going on as well. So thank you again so much for watching. Make sure to, once again, as always, the cringe YouTubers, what they say, like, comment, subscribe, all that jazz. Thank you so much to Night and Day as well for providing a space for us to be able to do this, and Jareen as well, my co-caster here, for setting up literally everything. I'm just here to yap, but anyways, we'll see you in the next round.
All right.
Sam Brown would be a vote for Project 2025, a plan that will give Donald Trump unprecedented power to control our lives. It would even ban Medicare from lowering drug prices. To keep control of our lives, we need to keep extremist Sam Brown out of Washington.
Chocolate and caramel and a ghoulish green cookie. It's more.
There's more to a Twix.
And so actually we've got a little bit of a surprise here for you. So turns out, since we didn't have a full 64 people even after the waitlist, the entry packs were given as they see fit. Whoa, roller coaster. Let me change the cam until Jareen's done setting it up. But so they ended up giving Jareen and I some extra packs for you all. So since that round was relatively quick, we still have like 18 minutes or something like that in the round. Jareen's going to be opening our packs here for you, so give you a little bit of a pack opening. Let me know how you enjoyed that last round. We're still trying to adjust everything. We didn't get everything set for this until very last second. It was a very interesting prompt for this, so excited to do this again. Thank you so much, Night and Day, for allowing us a spot to be able to open these packs. I believe these packs are Jareen's, so these first packs that he's opening up, if he pulls the manga, we're going to gaslight him into telling him that it's ours, right? If he pulls the manga boa, so let's just see what he's got in there. If I'm trying to think of what hits I would want here, there's a nice Tempest Kick, and look at that, we got an alt art in the first bag. We got first alt art Stussy right there, so Excellent stuff. Remember, we have to let him know that that's mine, actually. We're changing up the packs on here, but I'm trying to think, what card do I want? I already have the alternate Egghead Luffy, obviously still chasing a manga, but just looking around. We're also going to try to figure out as well in this what the, ooh, nice, SR Boa right there. So already 2 hits. But what was I saying? Lost my train of thought. You guys are seeing the real live me at this point. Just a spew of thoughts, but the we're going to try as well throughout the tournament to try to get you the meta spread as well of like what are the popular decks here today and things like that. I think Luchi, a very, very popular deck in this tournament. Just as I was glancing around before we started, Luchi was kind of like the deck that a lot of people were playing. And I don't think that surprises a lot of people either. I think a lot of the meta share, a lot of people expect Luchi to be up there alongside stuff as a dragon. No, nice dragon pulled. As the, as like starter deck Luffy, black just being the best color, I feel like right now in the game. Especially before the starter decks release. I think there's a little bit of Dofi in here, some Zoro. Some people love playing Zoro. And so behind here, another Stussy. So Jareen, okay, we got to tell him that these packs are ours. Jareen's popping off on his packs. It's a little tricky, yeah. And this is what happened with the last Las Vegas store regional that we had over the summer through the first wave, is that we had a bunch of people that got waitlisted and people that weren't around, right, or weren't able to even get in off the waitlist, but they just showed up anyways on the day, and there was like a second waitlist, and just people, you know, they signed up right away. They weren't sure if they were going to be able to make it or not, but they wanted to secure their spot, and then obviously couldn't make it. So, like, in my opinion, for anybody who's trying to make it, maybe they didn't end up making it to their store regional, or maybe they weren't. Sorry, I realized the music was all the way up. I turned that down. What was I saying? Yeah, Jinbei. If you guys all watched my video the other day, you guys know that I've been saying for months that you should buy Jinbeis. I was telling you all to buy them when it was like $2. I was telling you all to buy the Jinbei when it was $2. It's like a $10 card now, which is crazy. But what was I saying before? Oh, yeah, if you're looking and you're a little bit bummed that you didn't make it into any store regionals, right? You didn't get in any wait lists or things like that. Just show up to the store the day of, you know, sign up, maybe just be ready in case they call out to people saying, you know, oh, hey, we've got some extra spots open after the wait list. Jump in there. It does not hurt anybody. At the worst case scenario, you can just show up, you know, play some games with some friends before the tournament. And if you don't get in, you don't get in. So that's what I would recommend. Just show up anyways, and then more than likely be able to make it in. We buy high, sell low. No. Listen, I can barely pay rent, chat. I can barely pay rent. That's why we got to buy low, sell high. And yeah, a lot of, just like you're saying as well, Belial, hopefully I pronounced that right. Just like you're saying as well, like a lot of card shops have like drinks, snacks, things like that. I mean, this store specifically has like a huge plaza. There's a Barnes & Noble, movie theater, like game arcade, bunch of boba shops and stuff like that. So even if you're waitlisted, like, and you show up like super early, like 2 or 3 hours early, right, and you're just waiting for waitlist people to be called, you can still jump in and, you know, diddle around, you know, have some fun, or, you know, just do whatever you want. Ooh, Altart Sengoku. Okay, I already pulled one of those, but I'll take another one, I guess. Need it for the 7 Warlords packages, you know, if I play like Boa Hancock or something like that. So I'll take it. Caster's packs are cracked, chat. So if he pulls the manga, though, I'm going to be really mad because I'm not the one pulling it. Anybody else feel that way? But thank you all again so much for joining. Remember, if you want to see this tournament later, I'll be re-uploading this and cutting out some of the dead stuff as well in this tournament, and I'll be re-uploading it to YouTube as it's games-only kind of video. So, ooh, nice. Basil Hawkins, and needed another one of those. What was I saying? Man, yeah, you guys are seeing my real self. I am a loose cannon in terms of thinking. I'll be re-uploading this to the channel as well, so if you end up having to miss a game or you got to go somewhere, you know, you don't see it. Oh, man, Foxy, leader pack. If you need some watching later, right, you don't catch the whole thing, I'll be re-uploading it. All right, end of thought right there. But hope everybody's having a great day. Who all watched the Paris Regionals, by the way? Paris Regionals, kind of crazy. Nami winning it all. Love to see that for me. But I also saw the Yamato beat Black Yellow Luffy. That was pretty exciting. I built the Yamato deck. I've been just holding on to it, I guess. It's a pretty easy deck to build, I would think. I still have to watch all that later. We got a Rogue right there. Oh, Bonnie, nice. Getting some SRs. I don't mind that. I'll take a Bonnie. I don't have a playset yet. I don't have a playset of most SRs. I actually don't own very many cards, for anyone who's curious. I just own enough cards to like play Nami in like one other deck, and that's pretty much it. Save money elsewhere. Dang, 2 packs to go for me. But yeah, I hope you all are enjoying the stream. We're going to try to find another exciting deck in the next round. Let me know in the chat as well what deck that you would want to see. If you get to see one deck, let me know which one that you would want to see in this next round, because we got a decent variety in the room today. So, oh, nice. Let's go. All leader. All right. Yeah, we have to. I'm a leader guy. I have to get that boa. So these packs are mine. Don't let them tell you otherwise, chat. Don't let them tell you otherwise. I don't have that leader yet as well. I don't have the boa Hancock, so I'll take it. Zoro, you guys want to see Zoro? Dofi? I know we got a couple Dofis and Zoros in the room. Ah, Vegapunk leader. Oh, well. Ooh, Blaze Slice. We saw that in that last match. And Marguerite, look at that. We saw the Calgara card and the Nami card in there. But nice. Boa Hancock. Jareen's going to give you guys a real close view of that card if you haven't seen it. Nice, 2 alts. Arlong. If I see an Arlong deck, you know what, Guyferson, just for you, I'm going to put it on next round. Nice. Those are our caster pulls right there. Just remember that I pulled 2 alternate arts. Yeah, 3 hits, 18 packs. Just loose packs. I'll take it. Pick the most unique leader. What is this for? So listening to the voices, we're doing the store regional right now, the Las Vegas store regional. We had some time after our feature match, so we're just burning time right now in the round. Got about 6.5 minutes, as you can see on the clock, until the next round starts. So just giving you all a little bit of time instead of like 20 minutes of dead air. So we opened our caster packs. We got some packs as casters, so we opened them up. So chat, let me know who you think won, left or right, your choice. I think I won on the left side. I didn't get as many hits, but I got the leader, so I'll take it. You want to see one Anel player playing. Anel. Anel's a really interesting deck. I find it intriguing. I'm going to be honest, because I only really play Nami, I don't really know how to play against Anel. It's one of the decks that I struggle with the most when I play anything other than Nami. So, but chat, thank you so much for joining me. Again, let me know what leaders you want to see in the chat. More than happy to look around, try to shop around, see if anybody's playing any of those leaders, try to show you something exciting. But for the time being, we're going to give you some music again. Red Green Law. Red Green Law would be nice, actually. So, anyways, thank you again so much for watching. We'll see you in the next round. Stay tuned.
Old Spice deodorant. 24/7 lasting odor protection.
Oh, you smell so good.
Hey, where you going?
Listen up. This election's about your wallet. Candidate A is a billionaire looking out for billionaires. Candidate B knows the struggle. Tax credits for working and middle-class families.
Building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
Subway is making snacking history with tons of foot-long options for $5 or less.
Now you can save on Cox Internet, helping you stay seamlessly connected to everything that makes you, you. It all starts with adding Cox Mobile. You'll get fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. For the people who want to do more without spending more. Save on Cox Internet and get fiber-powered speeds at home for just $35 a month when you add Cox Mobile.
At Sprouts Farmers Market, we're all about fresh, healthy, and delicious. Every shopping trip is an adventure with new and ahead-of-the-trend products hitting our shelves every month. From the latest mouthwatering vegan and gluten-free cookies to yummy plant-based protein bars, there's always something new to explore. Plus, find more than 2,800 Sprouts brand items filled with incredible flavor and better-for-you ingredients. Visit your neighborhood Sprouts Farmers Market today, where the thrill of discovery awaits.
Just getting things set up and ready to go for round two. I know one of the decks in here, one of the recommendations that you all were asking, I won't say yet until they reveal their leaders, just to, you know, make sure it's all in fair at this point. But all right, we've got Scotty, one of our locals, on the left, and then we got Deepa on the right side. So very nice to see both people that I don't think I've met before, and then also people that I'm familiar with as well. Kind of showcase a whole bunch of talent here in Las Vegas. So one of the decks is Zoro. A couple people interested in Zoro. We've got custom Tony Chopper mat as well. So going in here, the timer has started right here. We'll see what Deepa is playing. It looks like it's also Zoro. Oh, yes, it is Zoro. So it's actually going to be a Zoro mirror. So I did not expect to get a Zoro mirror in this one. This could be interesting. Back to the OP08 days, right, Jareen?
Yeah, the good old days of red to face, dude.
So it'll be interesting to see, especially with the new animal package from OP08 that Zoro decides to run. If they, who's going to get more off, right? Who's going to see their pieces in here? Yes, y'all asked for it. We got 2 Zoros. I got you not 1, but 2.
That's a crit on the, he critted looking for Zoro.
So as players are setting up, we're getting set up ourselves. Don't worry, we're just about to tilt the camera a little bit more. I think got a little bit jostled by accident, but that should be a little bit better. Just going to do a little bit more adjustments right here. The other way, the other way. Yeah. So go back. So both players rolling the die, no. I think it's fine. And so here we go, going in this one. Players cutting each other's decks. Nice Tony Chopper sleeves. I know Scotty on the right, or the left, I'm sorry. Scotty is a longtime Bonnie player, been playing a lot of Bonnie, so switching it up for this store regional we've got here for you. So Scotty choosing to keep the life. Deepa putting the mulligan on. And we're going to see, does the base rarity Zoro win? Or does the binder Zoro end up getting this one? We'll see exactly. But it's going to be really interesting, especially when you talk about board control, right? Jareen, do you feel like at all with Zoro, especially in the mirror match, do you go more for board control, or do you just, like you were saying, you know, red to face every single time?
Yeah, I mean, like, red to face in itself, it's board control, right? Because well, this deck also summons from the top of the deck as well. But, like, if you limit their hand, you also limit their board to an extent. Because some of the other choppers summon from the top of the deck. So it's really just an all-out resource war. But I don't know when it comes to, like, early aggression or later aggression.
And so here we go, trying to see, I think, yeah. We're good to go in starting, and so looks like it's going to be Deepa with the first turn. So no drawing, but you have the opportunity to play a one-drop right here, and that's exactly where they're going to do that. Dr. Crueja right there, going to be looking at the top and finding a character or card, and it's going to be that Chopper, finding the Drum Kingdom and Choppers. That Chopper, though, is the EBO1 Chopper, the little blocker there, so not the one that puts out more bodies on the board. We'll see if he's got any in hand later, but moving on to Scotty, he's going to do the exact same thing. One of the new drops that you can do, new searcher cards for this deck, and gonna find that hiking bear. That hiking bear going to be very nice for boosting up more power for your different cards on the field, especially your Tony Choppers. And so passing off the turn right there. Can't swing on your first turn going second, but now we have Deepa going in. Deepa on 3 Dawn. Gonna be a tough decision, I think, of whether you want to build up the board, build up your bodies, or start swinging with your 2 characters.
Yeah, oh, here we go. We're starting with a 5K swing with the leader.
So 5-2 lead is just going to take this one, a very early take in there, and we get to see what it is. I won't say it out loud just in case they hear us, but going to play that blocker Chopper right there. The blocker Chopper might be nice. Remember, on a Dawn ×2, when attacking, it will minus character's power on the opponent's side of the field. So might be nice for trying to do what I was talking about earlier, one of the strategies that you might do, clearing the board. So now 4 for the Zoro. Looks like he's going to be at least attaching 1 right here. Might be saving that 3 Dawn for either the Crueja or the Tony Chopper of his own, but it looks like he's just going to swing a bear 5 to the leader, and so
we are playing footsies here, just bear 5s at each other. We can swing 5 with the Crueja, or if we play another Chopper and then widen the board, it is a very strange form of pacing between the two of these.
It's a very odd dynamic, right? Because Zoro being the extremely aggressive deck, right, of the format, arguably one of the more aggressive, is kind of has to maybe change his pace a little bit right here, but is going to be playing that Tony Chopper. This is the one that does the search and play, so already a character advantage, but ends up whiffing on it, so not playing one from the top 5 is going to just round out his Dawn by playing the Nami. Going to be looking for a Straw Hat, and that Tony Chopper, being part of the Straw Hat crew, does have that Straw Hat typing, is going to be grabbed for next turn.
It's really crazy to think about these red decks and how so many of these searchers overlap. All the way from OP08 to now. It's just like this one searches this one searches that one. This one card can be searched by 3 different cards.
And you got to be thinking, right, in OP08 when they printed that Nami, they weren't thinking about a 3-drop Chopper that could search the top of the deck and play another character, right? So finding these kind of crazy combos in here, we'll see how it goes the rest of the way. But now we're on Deepa's turn. Deepa's going to be at 5 Dawn right here. We'll see if they start attaching the Dawn and boosting up power on here, but just going to start out with a Nami of his own. The board's mirroring, basically, at this point.
A mirror is mirroring mirror.
The mirror mirrors the mirror. Mirror on the wall. Who's the strongest Zoro of them all? And so going to be grabbing another 3 Chopper. That 3 Chopper, the one that plays another character, likely going to be played this turn just to fill up the board to 5. Maybe find something like a hiking bear or something of the sort, or maybe a nice other Tony Chopper that you can play, but is going to be attaching one, going to boost up some power. That is going to put that blocker chopper to 5,000. So the character swings now coming in. We'll see if Scotty decides to board control in response, or maybe just go for face, but is going to be taking that 5K swing, is going to then use the hiking bear to counter out of a 6 from the leader, and so finishing off the turn, it's going to be that chopper, that 3-drop right there. Going to be looking at the top 5 for a different card in here, animal type character of 4,000 power or less. So different options that you can add in here. I believe the 4,000 power Tony Chopper is, yes, from Alabasta, from set 4, I believe.
Yes.
Is a card that is often played, and there it is right there, actually, right on cue. And an interesting part about this card as well, this Tony Chopper plays another character potentially from your hand, I think. So can play over another character. Choosing to play over that Crueja, it's going to be a hiking bear. Hiking bear, an excellent type card.
I believe it plays an animal of 4,000 or less?
3,000 or less. But hiking bear fulfills that role entirely as we're, making the point. So now going in, the board a little bit sideways right here. You've got 2 characters sideways. Let's see what Scotty decides to do with his characters. So attaching one to the Zoro, almost a mainstay after like the first turn, right? You attach one to Zoro, boost everybody up. Probably thinking at this point whether or not he wants to go aggressive at the characters or aggressive at life. 3 versus 4, you're a little bit behind on life, and especially with the turn that was the Deepa's turn, right? With these swings and all the characters that were played, looks kind of tough. So 6,000 power swing, going to be doing some searching. Not sure if this is to lead or to the character Tony Chopper, but ends up whiffing that one as well. A second whiff on these choppers. So going to be a tough one for Scotty. I feel like missing 2 Tony Chopper searches is really tough for this deck.
Yeah, it's really hard when you're doing a mirror and you just see yourself losing advantage and your opponent is getting it. Is not a fun time.
Especially when they pull out cards of their own and play. But just going to be discounting that one right there, that duck. And so now the swing is coming in from the Nami. This should be about a 4,000 power swing. The Super Spot Build Duck Squad being a 2K that we saw pitched earlier, if you're not sure what that card is. Definitely a nice Alabasta Animal Kingdom 2K card that you see. Yes. Very interesting in this deck, too. Definitely one that I don't see in all Zoro decks, but the ones that it does, it has a when attacking, when one of your active leaders can have minus 5,000 power during the turn, and at the end of the turn, return this character to the owner's hand. So maybe if you're not in a matchup to where you do swing, like Black Yellow Luffy, could be nice, but Scotty playing the Makino now, getting that Dr. Crueja and going in and swing Makino, an excellent 2K for red decks. One of the better 2Ks that we see in almost every red deck, especially in Whitebeard and Zoro decks. So clearing the board at this time, then with the rest of the 3-Dawn is going to be playing another Tony Chopper. So he may be whiffing the Tony Choppers, but he's definitely playing a couple of them.
Sometimes you don't find the cards you need, but you do have some cards that help you get back.
And it looks like Lightning's going to strike a third time. Just extremely unlucky and not finding anything to play off of these choppers.
Sometimes these decks just play themselves or the matches are decided for you.
Well, we did see a couple different cards that are in. Again, we won't exactly say. We can after. We don't want to accidentally have them hear us of what it is. Just from the camera angle, we were able to see a couple non-animal type cards that were in this deck that are pretty interesting, I would say.
All right, can't wait to see how we clap back. At the beginning of the last turn, Deepa had the wide board, and then Scotty had the small board. But of course, after a turn passed, it flipped, and now Scotty has the long board, and Deepa has the small board.
That's the kind of interesting thing about matchups like this. Sometimes it's about who claps back, right? Who is the last to respond and answer. So we're going to see how this goes. That Hiking Bear gaining a Dawn and boosting 1,000 power to an animal type character. Going to be that Tony Chopper. And so is it animal character or Drum Kingdom, actually?
Not sure. I believe it's drum or animal.
But either way, boosting up that Tony Chopper, going to give it plus 2,000 basically. One for the Hiking Bear, one for the Zoro leader effect. The Hiking Bear is animal type characters, by the way. And then through that, when attacking on that 7K swing, going to play another one of those reindeer choppers, right, to put down on the field. And I think opting not to play down any characters off of that chopper that came on the field. So Scotty now really got to think about what they want to do right here. 7,000 power is a lot, but is just going to take that knockout. And I do like this play. You know, if you're going to take out different characters on your opponent's side of the field, you want to take out the searcher that plays down characters, right? You want to take that one out.
Right.
So this Nami going to be swinging 3 into the Makino, taking that out right after the Makino. Another great option. You know, some people might swing Nami into Nami or Nami into Dr. Kureha, but the Makino really powers up those one-drop characters. So really kind of forcing your opponent to put even more Dawn, invest more Dawn into these one-drops if they want to answer back. You know, like we were talking about, the last person to clap back is the one that wins in these types of matchups.
It is funny to think how Makino is such a good, strong buffer card, but it also kind of doubles as a blocker in that aspect because you're forcing them to attack into it.
And that 7K or 6K off of the Hiking Bear is going to be a 2K counter, and the Zoro swing from leader is going to connect 2 life to 4 at this point. Deepa looks like he's having a great time and finishing out playing a blocker right here. I think the blocker play is very interesting in this deck, and I do like this addition. We saw it in Red Purple Law, right, in the Eastern meta for Red Purple Law and OP08 before Red Purple Law was banned. We saw this as kind of a tech option card that paid a lot of dividends, and now being included in this Zoro deck, now that Law is gone, still has some value. Hopefully you held on to your EBO1 choppers like every other EBO1 card, right?
Yeah, that booster box went crazy in value.
It did, and now we're off to Scotty's turn right here. Looks like, is it 7 or 8 Dawn? I think it's 8 Dawn, actually, because he's got 1 attached to leader right now. Going to be thinking about what it is, and we still have 20 minutes, so plenty of time in this game. These matchups, not supposed to be fast, right? These matchups are very, very quick, and so you can take a little bit of time if you want, thinking about what the best decision is, because this is honestly a make-or-break moment in the game. You could lose next turn potentially if things don't go your way. So starting off with a 6K swing, going to be at that Tony Chopper right there, that little 3-drop that constantly searches, just using the same strategy of like, okay, I'm going to take out these constant searches for you and make it harder for you to be able to play down your characters. So we'll see exactly what he can grab right here. Does he have any options to grab off of this, though? That's going to be the real question, I think, for Scotty in this. And he is going to be able to play a chopper of his own. So here we go. Has the potential to play multiple characters down in this turn. And so it looks like he is to round out his board to 5. It's going to be a Hiking Bear right there. Hiking Bear going to be really nice to boost up some power potentially.
Is that when attacking Hiking Bear?
That is an Activate main Hiking Bear. So the Activate main Dawn ×1 from OP08 in there. But it boosts up animal type characters. So unfortunately for Scotty, there's no other animal type characters on the field, but solidifying this character could help you a lot in the future. You probably don't want to invest a Dawn in it now because it doesn't have Rush, but it's going to be active, and you're going to be able to potentially use it next turn if any of these guys survive. So attaching 1 more Dawn to Zoro, going to be swinging 7, really focusing in on that chopper. So we'll see how much gas Deepa has on the defense, and it looks like he's going to let him take it out.
Let it go. You gotta let it go. It is crazy about these choppers. I remember when I first faced them that I wasn't prioritizing them. I learned the hard way. We gotta get rid of that recursion, that search.
And so attaching 1 Dawn to the Kureha is going to put it at 4,000 to take out that Nami. And Scotty, again, like we were saying, the last person to clap back, and looks like Scotty is focusing on the board, says, you know what? Your life is not going anywhere. I can take it out later, so might as well take out the characters now. And there goes the Hiking Bear. Only the 1 chopper left on the deck. So if you're Deepa, right, on this response, do you go for the board? Or with 2 life left on Scotty, do you try to go for life?
See, that all depends on what his hand. We are playing red decks, and rush is definitely a thing. Depending on how much cards Scotty has, that's where I'll debate whether or not I want to go in, because it doesn't look like we have any blockers. And then, of course, how much Dawn is left.
It'll be interesting to see what the strategy is because, you know, with 4 life left still at this point, you might not think that you're going to die next turn, right? That you could survive, especially if you have a couple counter cards in hand. So you could maybe try to start swinging at face, maybe try to get some life and stuff, and you may be able to put Scotty on a clock, in a sense, force him to have those rush cards like you were talking about in here. So looks like he's going to be playing 3 Dawn to play over the Crueja. It's going to be that chopper right there and playing another Hiking Bear. So this is a huge key that I think is going to be part of Scotty's game plan that should make Deepa a little bit worried. He just replaced rested characters with active characters. Cannot be knocked out through battle.
Right, and we are playing red decks. There are cards that pop things, but I don't believe these decks have room for those, like Jet Pistol or... I'm trying to think of other...
But I think to your point, the primary focus of this deck is to swarm board and be aggressive, right? Not necessarily to control, in a sense. So just like to the point that you're making, might not be any options to get rid of these Hiking Bears, I would say, in this one. So, but going to be a nice thought. You have 9 Dawn to work with. Now we're at the big body turns, right? There's a couple different options that these decks play with their big body characters, right? Could be Monkey Day Dragon. That's a very common one that we see. Works very well with the Zoro leader. Also could be a secret rare Raleigh, right? Silver's Raleigh, one of the new secret rares in OP08, is an addition that we see a lot of times in these Zoro decks as an option. So we'll see exactly. Looks like he's going to be resting 8. It could be either one of those, and it's going to be the Dragon. The Dragon is going to come down, put 2 Rested Dawn on a leader character, and it looks like it's going to be that Zoro. Again, comboing well, because look at that. Now everybody's gained 1,000.
So much power.
And so now a 7,000 power swing right here is going to be that event card. That event card has a very long name, and I actually forget what it is.
It is Shut Up and Come With Us.
Yeah, Shut Up and Come With Us is going to search around and play a Tony Chopper. I knew it did some searching, counter, gaining, you know, stuff going on.
It is really funny to think about the 1 Dawn with Zoro, because either you can use it aggressive, put it on Zoro, and put it defensive, and use it for Shut Up, Come With Us.
And so now doing a little bit of control. I think because you didn't get any life or anything like that at that point, looks like it's going to be the swings at characters. Did get a rested character now. And again, like I was saying to Scotty, now put you on a clock. If you want to win this turn, you have to not only get every life to hit face, which is pretty difficult, I feel like, but you may want to have another rush character on field, so a Dragon could be good. A 3-cost Zoro, if these decks play 3-cost Zoro, I'm not sure what their lists look like. That could be an excellent option. Very efficient attacker right now at this point.
That might, a 3-cost Zoro might just be enough. Or 2 3-cost Zoros, right? 2 3-cost Zoros, 1
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me right now if a Zoro did come down, because like we were just saying, it's a very good card. Something that's been a mainstay in Zoros for a long, long time. So it'll be curious to see what Scotty does. He does have 10 Dawn to work with and decides to put 1 down. No 10-drop Shanks, unfortunately, you know, at this point.
But we still might have a 9-drop or another 8-drop Rayleigh of our own. Or, no, a 9-drop Rayleigh?
It's an 8-drop.
8-drop Rayleigh, okay.
Yes.
8-drop Rayleigh or a 9-drop Dragon. Definitely
so, putting 2 Dawn out and 1 each on the Hiking Bears is going to power up his animal-type characters by 1,000. So, fortunately for Scotty, the only other characters he has are animal-type characters, so going to be putting it on the chopper and swinging. Looks like he might be going face at this point and going to be looking at that top 5 for a character. Does not find anything to play, unfortunately.
What's the power of that chopper right now?
So the chopper, I'm not 100% sure if we put both of the chopping or the Hiking Bears on the chopper,
did, yeah.
But with the 5,000 power swing +1/+1, wouldn't that be 7,000?
7,000, yeah.
Yes.
I think so.
So
One,
I
two,
think he
three.
just countered 8. I think he put 2 cards away just now. The Makino and then a little 1K right there. So it's either that or 2 2Ks, another Hiking Bear. It is a 3-cost character. It actually looks like a Hiking Bear. So I think it was an 8,000 power swing, right? 2 from the Hiking Bears, 1 from the Zoro. Or I'm sorry, 1 from the Hiking Bear, 1 from... Anyways, the math is mathing. But now swinging into the Reindeer Chopper, it looks like. So I think because Scotty didn't get that life, changing up his game plan a little bit, saying, you know what, I'm going to start going for the characters now. So ends up getting the KO on that Chopper, and we'll see how much Dawn he invests to getting rid of this Dragon. The Dragon is a big swing. Both players are 1-0, by the way, yes. We're going to show undefeateds up until the... Well, actually, we'll show undefeateds the whole time, actually. But is going to be attaching the rest to the Zoro. Looks like probably going at the Dragon at this point, I would think. I think that's got to be your game plan right now, and it is going to take that knockout and maybe just swinging 5s now. Looks like swinging 5s at the Zoro, maybe giving him a couple different options, and this is one of the risks that you have to take with the Zoro deck. You could give him another rush card, right? If a rush dragon is in this life and he puts it in his hand, that could spell doom for you because you're only at 2 life. You have to be able to counter out, and you have no radical beams available, right? Because you have used up all your Dawn at this point.
See, that's where it's really risky, and you kind of have to do it right. You only have 1 life here, and the opponent has 4. You do have, 5 swings next turn if he doesn't kill a body, but the chances of you winning next turn is severely lower if you don't lower his health right now.
And so is going to be taking the life right there on 5. 2 versus 1. I think this is probably one of the final turns right here, the final turn for Deepa. It's either win or lose at this point, I think, based on the board state and what's going on right now, how much life is left and such. So we'll see exactly how he decides to play this one out. It is only 2 swings that you have to make contact, and especially with, like I was mentioning, no radical beams or anything, could be different options. And there's plenty of other rush cards as well. Something like John Hunter saying in chat, Kid Killer, right? We haven't even mentioned that card.
I forgot that was a card.
One of the best rush cards in the game as an easy 8,000 power swing with a short investment of Dawn to your leaders. So could be trouble. A 8,000 power Kid Killer swing is almost as strong as a dragon, right? A Monkey Day Dragon, just a couple thousand off, I would say.
And on top of that, you still have multiple Dawn left.
Yes.
You can split that through anything else. If you have another Kid Killer or a Zoro at least, that is pretty lethal.
A double Kid Killer still allows you 2 Dawn, right, for the rest of your turn. So could be interesting, but looks like he's resting 8. It's going to be another Dragon right there. The Dragon is going to attach 2 to Zoro. Zoro could swing up to 9 right in this turn. The 9 could be dangerous, I think, for it. And looks like 9 with the Zoro is going to be the choice. But swinging at a character right here, very interesting, I would say. I would have thought maybe going at face as this Dragon now swings 10 is going to take a life and passing off the turn. So very interesting, not swinging 9 at face and then 10
also,
at face.
Dawn up on the defense.
No Dawn up on the defense, no option for Radical Beam and things of that nature. So looks like with 10 whole Dawn at this point, we'll see if Scotty can go ahead and do it. Very interesting. Maybe has a, but even if you have enough counter, his hand has got to be a lot of 2Ks, right? That's my only thinking of why you would think to do this. But Scotty putting 1,000 on that Tony Chopper twice, going to put it at 7,000, I believe, at this point. 1 from the Zoro and then 2 from the Hiking Bears is a 3,000 addition, but is going to start off with the Hiking Bear. I think attached 1 more Dawn to the Hiking Bear. So is, yes, I believe a 6K swing at this point.
All right, we're asking for 2Ks.
He's got about 3 cards in hand, I believe, right now. So again, if it's a bunch of 2Ks, then this play kind of makes sense. It's a little scary, though, I feel like.
Right. And like we were talking about rushers, man, it's funny just like, oh, does he have this? Does he have this? But it's always a possibility.
And so we don't have any insight on what's in the hand or anything like that. Plus, we wouldn't want to be able to do it. Did the Hiking Bears buff each other up It could be It could be the hiking bears buffing each other up. I could have just misread. I thought he was just motioning the activate mains of the hiking bear to the Tony choppers. So, but it could be that situation. You could be right. It's hard to tell since we're so far away and we can't hear them and what they're doing. So, just about 8 minutes left in this one. Going to still be deciding on this swing. The hiking bear does say on the activate main that it can't do itself. It says other than this character. So actually it turns out that it probably is unless they buffed each other up actually.
Right, it's definitely,
oh yeah, they could buff each other up. Yeah, they could have done that. So maybe you're right on that, chat, about that he buffed those. But the Makino did take care of the 6,000 power swing. So at least one of the cards in his hand was a 2K, right? So we'll see what the rest of this is. Still 5 Dawn left to work with as the Zoro, and ends up taking this first life right here. You like that sign if you're Scotty.
Still got 2 swings left. If we just load it
A
up.
minimum of 2 swings. Could be 3 swings, to be honest, with a rush character, right? Especially with 3 Dawn put to the side. It could be a Zoro coming, and it might actually be 6 Dawn left, I think. I think maybe just with the lighting. No, I think, is it 2 or 3 Dawn up at the top?
That's 2 up top.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's actually, 2 life and then 3, yeah. Just counting up the number of Donner on the field. But 3 is going to get attached to the Zoro and is going to swing 9 now at life. Only 2 Dawn left. Probably not going to be a rush character. Is going to take that life. What's it going to be? The 2 Dawn is going to be the Gum Gatling, I believe it's called. It's going to give a power boost to the Tony Chopper. So we'll see how much, and it looks like Scotty is going to get the win. Only 2K counter right there. So Scotty pulling it out with that swing right there. The Gum Gatling, it is called. Gum King Kong Gatling, I'm sorry. Activate main, give up to one of your leader characters plus 3,000 power. Then if your opponent has a character with 7,000 power or more, which is that dragon, right, being a 9,000 power character, you give another character up 1,000 power, so a total of 4,000 power. Absolutely insane on that. Gum King Kong Gatling. It's from OP06.
Let's see if sorry about the...
Absolutely crazy. The hand had a couple non-counter cards in it, like Kid Killer. I think another dragon was in the hand, but just had some 1K counters with the Nami and another 1K counter card. And yeah, I pitched the Makino earlier in the turn. That was absolutely crazy, I think.
It is kind of... So I have a database of cards, but it looks like some of the cards are different sizes. So I do apologize now.
I will say it is the Gum King Kong Gatling. An interesting card. I didn't expect it. Makes sense in Zoro, right? Because Zoro being a Straw Hat Pirate and you having Nami one-drop searches, you could find that card pretty easily. Never revealed it throughout the game as a card that we saw, right? It was never searched. It just happened to be either in hand or life, and it paid off dividends. Not revealing that information early allowed him to make that final swing with that Tony Chopper.
It is funny because there have been some games at the beginning of the set I was playing, and then they played this card on me, and I was like, what is this card? I forgot it exists, and it destroyed
It's interesting to see in the deck. Very exciting in this one. Hopefully you all enjoyed that Zoro game. We're going to take a quick break, make a little bit of adjustments and things like that, but we will get you the next round shortly. Let me know what decks you're looking for in this tournament, what other decks you want to see. I know there's a couple different Doflamingos. There's a lot of Luchi in the room. A lot of Luchi, some black-yellow Luffy. I saw
Luchi has the highest win rate this season, right?
I mean, Luchi is one of the best decks in the format right now, so it would make sense that a lot of people would want to bring Luchi, right? It's a very good card. And so here we go. We'll go into the into break for a couple minutes. Next round going to be up soon. We only have about 3.5 minutes until time, an extra round. So thank you again so much. Make sure to subscribe if you want to keep seeing more matches and stuff. And we'll see you in the next one.
On the YouTube Music app, you can bump your fave songs in the background while you do stuff in the foreground.
Find your favorite movies on YouTube. Get MGM Plus, Paramount Plus, Max, and more on YouTube.
On the YouTube Music app, you can bump your fave songs in the background while you do stuff in the foreground.
Find your favorite movies on YouTube. Get MGM Plus, Paramount Plus, Max, and more on YouTube.
Hello and welcome back to the Night and Day Las Vegas Store Regional. So we ended up getting Black Yellow Luffy, but I know that maybe Black Yellow Luffy versus Luchi is not the most competitive one, but I'm going to be honest. Luchi is dominating the room right now, Jareen.
Oh, is it really? I haven't even looked at the decks.
I was asking around, talking to everybody who's XO, stuff like that. It is almost all Luchis and a spot of other decks as well on top of that. So we're going to be giving you this match right here. Both players 2-0 at this point, undefeated. Lots and lots of Luchi in the room. So if you are countering Luchi today like Limes is with Black Yellow, we're going to show you maybe some of the stuff that it could do. So
it is funny because I remember when Black Yellow came out, I was like, dude, it's impossible for Black to beat this thing because of the Sabo loops. But it is crazy to see that Luchi still makes it happen.
The Calgara players still doing pretty all right from what I can tell at this point. We don't want to repeat anybody until it comes towards the end if we can help it. So we'll see exactly what we can do in this one. Looks like Limes is taking a mulligan on this, but Topso, I just call him Alonzo because that's his name. He is keeping his hand at 5 life. So.
Ooh, thank you for the dice. Topso on top of his life, all the white plus the lights makes it really hard to tell.
Very nice. And it's going to be interesting because even though we sit here and say, right, that Black Yellow Luffy has a good matchup into Luchi, if a little bit of things go wrong, right, no blockers, Sabos, or anything like that, this could be a really tough matchup in the starting hand. Maybe not as super helpful for Limes as he wished right now. So going into this one, I think they're just waiting for the round. I think they're ready to go. Lime's taking in the scenery of the stand instead of looking at me.
You're good.
And so here we go, just a little bit under 33 minutes as I was trying to get his attention. Limes is going to be going first with that Black Yellow Luffy and just pass the turn on the one. Luchi, though, drawing a card, is going to play a Tempest Kick, not to minus, but to just draw a card. And so going to be passing off to there and Black Yellow. Black Yellow finding that one little baby right there. Not going to have anything to help take his life at this point of the game. Maybe just an 8K swing at life. So is going to be swinging 7 right here. Maybe making them think that they've got a Flampe or Hiyori, or not Hiyori, Flampe or Makino in hand. Is going to take this life, putting Alonso down to 4 right now. So that 7K swing connecting. Is going to pass off the turn just with 1 Dawn open. Is going to be the Luchi's turn to play something at 4 Dawn. Now things can really start get going for the Luchi. Has a pretty decent size hand right now and is going to just play a Khalifa. So the Khalifa is going to draw some cards. It does have to trash too as well, setting up for different combos like Rebecca Spandime, Gecko Moria, things of that nature.
It's definitely a very awkward early game for the Luchi because you don't want to be swinging into their life and giving them free resources.
Definitely an awkward spot for both players, right? Usually you don't see Luchi players playing down the Khalifa, but hand filtering, not a bad thing in the One Piece trading card game. Now at 5 Dawn right here, we'll see exactly if Luffy wants to play down some of the stuff in his hand. We do see that there's a little bit of 5-drops there that he could provide, so could be something that he throws down just to establish a body, right?
Right, so is that the one, do we want the filter or do we want the, oh, well, I don't see either of those, but yeah.
So it's going to be interesting. Just going to start out with a 5K swing right here. This 5K swing going at lead, trying to get another card out of this Luchi's hand, or potentially another life, and it's just going to be a 1K Rebecca, definitely setting him up for potentially a Gecko later. You see Spandine hit the trash, you see Luchi hit the trash, you see Rebecca hit the trash. I think we know what that means later on the 8 Dawn turn.
Crazy. It is funny to think about these guys. Both of them want to fill their trash with very useful cards.
And so there goes the Sabo. A card that we were talking about, very important on the Black-Yellow Luffy side, is now coming down for the Luchi player right here. And so pitching a Jack in this one. Going to be nice to continue to filter out the hand, just double Jack in the hand right there. So pitching both of those right now. The Luffy still at 4 life, has not found anything to self-inflict to try to help himself awaken right now. Could be disastrous if we don't do something soon. But I saw that top deck right there, maybe thinking that it was going to be played. We'll see if he decides to play that mirror card. So
yeah, without purple red law in the meta anymore, the Black Yellow Luffy deck has multiple ways to play, and sometimes you're just chilling at 4 until you hit 10 Dawn, and then you just start playing the delete game.
It's going to be interesting to see what goes on. Let me know who you think is going to end up winning this one. We've got an early start for both sides. Both kind of awkward starts, I feel like, but still plenty of game left to be played. You never know, the top deck or the life, you know, makes a difference in this one. So Lime still trying to think about what he needs to do. He's at 7 Dawn, I believe.
Right.
Correct?
Yeah,
Yes,
because he played the 5 last turn.
So the 7 Dawn turn, he's on the odd curve. Is going to have to make a move here. We've got our judge kind of nearby, floating around in a couple different tables. Thank you all again so much for being here. Appreciate everybody who stopped by in the chat and stream. Make sure to remember that we'll give you the full VOD as well. If you got to go and do something, do not worry. You won't miss any of the action on the channel. That's going to start off with a 5K swing, though, right here. The 5K swing from leader is going to be an option. Maybe thinking about Limes right now if he wants to blast into the Sabo. We see the strategy sometimes of with a little baby 5K swing with a 6K blocker on the field, maybe just resting that and then going in and blowing it up. But is going to be going ahead playing the baby Sabo and a big Sabo right there. Utilizing all of the Dawn on the turn, playing that little baby, and that blocker Sabo going to be really good for the game plan against this Luchi to make sure he can't pop any of the characters. Going to be keeping this Monkey Day Luffy and little baby Sabo alive in this turn.
Very strong Sabo is against the black decks. Usually you don't want to play any of the 2-drops because they could just pop immediately, but playing the big Sabo, make sure that it just doesn't disappear.
And so still trying to figure out what you want to discard off of this Sabo. Got one being the Finger Pistol, right? Finger Pistol, a very good card that we've seen in a lot of different stuff. If you even saw the YouTube video that I posted today of Blackbeard in OP09 is playing Finger Pistols. So very, very good card if you do not have those in your stash. But passing off the turn now to Alonso. Alonso now at 8. Dawn is going to have to think, what does he want to do in this one? And, Dreed, what do you feel like would be a good call for this Luchi right now?
Black deck with a Rebecca in the trash and a Spandam in the trash. 8 Dawn. Not sure.
But the thing about it with the Gecko, right? I mean, we just saw a Sabo played on the other side, so you can't pop anything at this point. Rebecca would be good, though. Yeah. You do like Rebecca. Maybe we'll get you something out of the trash that you could use later, like Jack. We've seen that time and time again, Jack being a great card.
Oh, he also guarded against that 5K swing, I believe.
Guarding against that 5K swing, maybe setting up the trash. Yeah, didn't take the life. It hasn't been able to take life yet, right? The first swings that we're seeing from the Rob Luchi, and, you know, Black Hill Luffy still sitting at 4 life right now. It's 4 life tied apiece.
But yeah, if we do start dropping that big body, that also makes more bodies. We can swarm the board and make it so that if we keep the Black Yellow Luffy at 5, we can rush into it with all these bodies and then make it awkward for him.
Looks like he's resting 5. Gonna play another Sabo of his own, so looks like a little bit of cat and mouse going on in this game. Very defensive. Gonna be pitching that SPE show. Very pretty card right there. I know Alonso's been using that a lot. It's definitely been shuffled in his deck for a while, but still a very cool card. But has to decide to pitch one more. We'll see exactly what is in his hand as he pitches.
It is funny to see that we're using alternate methods to fill up our graves. It's basically a Black Mirror, but without swinging at each other. This type of like footsies that we're playing is very interesting to observe.
Definitely trying to build up the board. It's going to be double E-show. So we saw double Jack pitched earlier. Now we're seeing double E-show. So all the big bodies in the hand right now. And that Spandam right there is going to search the top 3, look for a CP card, and it's going to be that Rob Luchi. Right. Spandam can't grab itself, unfortunately.
I wonder what the game plan is for these two.
So 2 Dawn left. Maybe thinking about attaching it to the Khalifa and swinging, unless you want to do another Spandam search. That could be another option. But the Khalifa could maybe allow you to maybe take a life. Maybe if Limes is already, you know, countering out of swings, maybe he'll counter out of another one. But with only 4, now 5 cards in hand, Limes is going to go into his 9 Dawn turn, so definitely information that you want to know what's in each player's trash. Definitely a good one to have in terms of information, knowing all of the different options available for the player. And it looks like in the hand, got a couple different things that you can try to do. Going to be interesting to see how he decides to continue playing this out and even play something on this turn.
It was interesting to think that we didn't do the 8-drop turn with an 8-drop. We played the Sabo, but like staring at Lime's board, I realized he had a Rocket Luffy. Maybe he was just trying to deter him from using Rocket Luffy's ability to draw a card. But then again, he does need to be at 2 or less in order to do that.
Yeah, going to be really tough when you haven't seen any of your 2Ks that usually self-inflict your own life. Definitely, I think, an awkward game for both sides. Luchi just trying to say, okay, when do I start pouncing? And Black Hill Luffy saying, okay, if I don't have these specific things, what's my game plan at this point? So it does look like he's a little bit bricked up in the hand, I would say.
No obvious answers this turn, that's for sure.
No, I think one of the things that you could do is maybe play like the Kuzan. The Kuzan could be nice. Really just establish and force your opponent, right? Force Alonso to do something at that point, right? Alonso has just been prepping, setting, not really doing anything interactive on your side of the field. So playing a card like that that can swing matchups at times if it sticks and is able to swing could be something that we see played down on this turn. Would allow you to draw a card, maybe a card like Flampe or something like we're talking about.
Right.
To maybe do some damage, but it looks like going to be attaching 1 Dawn and swinging 6 right now. You got a couple Sabos on the field, so it's not just as easy as a regular swing. It would have to be a counter or a block and counter to be able to keep the Sabos on the field and not put them in the trash. And so we're going to see with Alonso what he decides to do, and he looks like he's going to take it. He's not giving up any cards. He's not giving up any of his blockers on the field, not giving an opportunity to swing. And looks like a potential trigger could be something like Ice Age, and it is. The Ice Age is going to take that knockout. Remember, was not protected by the Sabo because it was during your turn, right? Limes' turn. So an unfortunate trigger right there. But if you're Alonso, definitely is nice to see.
Although sometimes you might want to keep the Ice Age in hand. Of course, Black Yellow Luffy plays a lot of 5-drops, but of course it also plays the Gecko Moira. So maybe Ice Age is good to keep, but to get rid of that, the Baby Sabo to prevent any free value later on, pretty good too.
Going to be interesting with 21 minutes remaining. Still time to make stuff happen, but I wouldn't say the game is going very fast at this point. This looks like a little tough one going on over here. So still with 8 Dawn left, Limes is going to have to do something here to be able to progress this game. I think playing down that Kuzan, like I mentioned, is probably a really good option. And then being able to put at least some pressure, forcing the Luchi to do something would be very good. You can't finger pistol, I believe, because Asabo was played.
Last turn, yeah. Forgot about Jack. Does Jack trash? Oh no, it's Kaido trashes. Jack doesn't trash, right?
Yes, Kaido specifically, 9-drop Kaido, and that's a tech card that we've seen in Luchi at times, but is going to go ahead and play a Gecko. You know, going up a little bit on the offensive, saying, you know what, I'm going to be using this Garp, and the Garp is a really nice card because not only can you find some pieces of your deck, right, can also find a 5-drop Luffy or a 5-drop Sabo, as we're seeing here. The 5-drop Sabo could be nice to where if Alonso on his next turn doesn't put any other Sabos on the field, right? He's already seen 2 of them. He's only got 2 others in the deck. That Sabo could be played in the next turn and pop a potential character while also taking away one of your life, right? If Alonso's going to be so passive. Very interesting card to see in Black Hill Luffy.
Correct. But now he has a Gecko on the field, and his entire board is free game for Alonso.
Yes, exactly.
And then I do know that in a lot of Black Yellow Luffy matches, the first one to play a Gecko might be the loser because they lose the Geckos faster than the opponent.
And so now going a little bit on the offensive, Limes is saying, you know what? No more cat and mouse. I'm going to chase at this point. And so swings that Luffy right there. That 5-drop Luffy is going to be a nice swing heading into it. And you got to be careful if you're Alonso. You've already taken 2 life already. You don't want to take too much more life, but you want to have enough counter and stuff to be able to defend against when other things come on the field. But is just going to pitch that 2K Kaku. So now full 10 Dawn for Luchi. The world is at his fingertips at this point.
We have we have 2 pretty good characters on the board. Khalifa can always be buffed up to a 5. Luffy is still at 5 as well.
Yeah, I mean...
no, wait, no.
Yeah, Luffy's been at 5. Luffy hasn't been able to evolve at all, so this Tempest Kick is going to be drawn. I believe he's got more than 10 in trash, so going to be doing some minusing. You'd imagine that this is probably either the Gecko or the Sabo, and it looks like it's going to be on the Gecko, putting it down to a 5 cost right now in this turn. Could be as low as a 4 off of a leader swing.
Of course, if we... Ooh, another Tempest Kick.
That another Tempest Kick is going to do -6 in total now to the Gecko, putting it at a 2. If he's got another Tempest Kick, right, another Tempest Kick plus leader swing would put the Sabo at 1, and then you could use something like a Rob Luchi that we know that's in the hand that was searched off the span 9 earlier, could pop both of those characters.
There's definitely one in the grave, too, as well, right?
Yes, there's also one in the grave. Yeah, we did see that earlier pitched at the beginning of the game.
Holding 8 Dawn, wondering if it's going to happen.
8 Dawn, so a lot of different options right here. Looks like he's got one more that he's doing. Looks like he's going to be attaching it to lead. Potentially, might be attaching it to lead. Maybe even thinking about more about what the other Dawn he'll use in this one. So
6 into 6.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be 6 into that Luffy. Going to be minusing the Gecko, putting it to a 1 cost, and taking this knockout, it looks like, potentially right here. 5 cards in hand for Limes. Maybe doesn't want to give up any counter, because one of the things that you got to think about when you're black-yellow Luffy, right, is when you end up playing these, like, turns again and again where you're buffing yourself up to 9,000 power, you're not gaining any cards, right? So if you start out with no cards and you're trying to do this combo, it makes it really difficult. But the defense is going to be nice for Alonso as that Spandam Search grab that 0 cost event that we saw kind of start out in, I would say, East in one of the tournaments. So could be nice to see. Could be using a Rob Luchi right here to KO not only the Gecko, but the Baby Sabo, right? Controlling that Baby Sabo being a 2 cost. The Gecko's already at 1, so half the battle's already over.
Forcing another Gecko play or going down the life.
And so attaching at least 2 Dawn. It looks like it's going to be 2 to the Khalifa. Going to be swinging 6. Maybe trying to get the life taken, or maybe a character popped. And it looks like it's going to be a potential trigger. I don't want to say it too loudly yet, because we're not that far away from the table. But if you saw it, you know exactly what it is.
Of course, holding that card in the hand. Oh, never mind. Putting it back in the hand. Sometimes you take your life and you stare at it, and it's like, oh, probably a trigger.
Opting to not use it, that's interesting, I would say, at this point in the game to...
Looks like a Brook is coming down, I believe.
It could be a Spandime coming from this Rebecca, and going to be using that Spandime effect to go get what is the coveted Rob Luchi, right? The Rob Luchi would take out those 2 characters, as we were saying earlier, and really clear the board a little bit. And you know what? You got a life in the process as you build up this board like crazy. So going to be taking that knockout right there, is going to be moving into the next turn. And so using that Luchi effect, going to be putting some cards back. Remember, off the Spandine, you have to put back CP-only cards, but with the Rob Luchi, you can put back any of the cards in your trash.
I was going to say earlier, when he played Spandine, it threw away a Jack and a Gecko, and I was like, he already threw away 2 other Jacks and then 2 other E-shows. I was like, man, this guy's running out of top end.
So
but
we know,
he just threw it back in with a Luchi.
Especially because we know that there's a Rob Luchi in hand, maybe just trying to put back as many cards as possible, right? We saw a couple Tempest Kicks get used, especially if this game can go longer, right? You might cycle through your entire deck. That is not something that we haven't seen before in the One Piece trading card game. So getting off the top deck, going to be an interesting spot for Limes to see exactly what he wants to do in this one. But yeah, it looks like it's been trouble for Limes so far. Has not been able to build in his board the way that he's wanted to, and maybe eyeing up that 5 cost Sabo that he grabbed earlier.
But of course, the Sabo staying on the field is also a big boon to the top, so because that would make it harder for Limes to cycle it.
And especially if you can't cycle through those blocker Sabos, right? You can't get that permanent non-KO effect, essentially, for that turn. So,
and that's usually the win con for Black Yellow Luffy against any black deck, is cycling the Sabos. So preventing that cycle is a big difference.
Alonso, a long-time black player, has been a fan of the black decks, kind of knows a little bit how to approach this matchup, and is really maximizing, I think, right now on the black yellow Luffy side, Limes. in this battle. So going to be thinking about what he needs to do right here. Eyeing up 2 Dawn. That 2 Dawn could be used for a number of different options. I think there's a finger pistol kind of in hand right now. So both these players undefeated at this point on the line. Remember, in overtime rules, we should talk about overtime maybe with 13 minutes left and still 3 life on each side. Overtime rules, you get 5 extra minutes or 3 extra turns, whichever happens first. The turn when time is called is turn 0. And then after that, it's based on how much life each player has and then how many cards are left in deck. So we'll go over those overtime rules if we get there. We have a judge on standby as well, monitoring the action. Thank you so much to the judge for joining us in this one, but is going to be attaching to swinging the Sabo at the Rob Luchi, doing a little bit of board control of his own right here with 8 Dawn left. And so after that first swing, Pop the Rebecca is going to take that knockout on the Luchi, is going to rest 4 for this Kuzan. The Kuzan's going to come down, draw a card, and then Finger Pistol is going to go ahead, trash 2 cards, and take out another Sabo on top of it. Obviously, you get the full art Sabo, right? You get that off the board.
Yeah, stop staring at me with that. How did he lower the cost of that? Oh, no, yeah, it's a 5 cost. Never mind.
Yes. Yeah. Finger Pistol being able to KO that, so.
Yeah, it's Rocket Luffy that's a 4 cost.
Yes, it's the, going into now, 10 Dawn again, each side, 3 life apiece right now. Going to be curious on what we do in this turn. Big bodies coming down. We probably know that there's no jacks, at least. As you were mentioning, a lot of jacks have been pitched so far in this game. Jack, an important card, especially in this matchup, I feel like, if you want to try to take some consistent knockouts, because the Jack makes itself 11 cost, so it's the biggest character on the field for either side. Makes it really difficult sometimes to battle against.
It would also be a free kill of this Kuzan if you had one right now, because you could minus with the leader and then just kill the Kuzan with the Jack if that was possible.
Exactly. So maybe pitching the Jacks earlier, biting him in the butt a little bit, I would say, with Kuzan being such a prevalent card if it gets to stick on the field and do some minusing. So think about attaching 2 to leader, is swinging 7, and it looks like it's going to be at that blocker's Sabo. Just saying, you know, after this leader effect, getting rid of a Kaku and a Kaku and Kuzan. Just going to try to take that knockout right here. And so now with the rest of the Dawn, has 8 Dawn left to work with. Could be another Gecko play that we see. We know that there's Rebecca's and things in the trash, and after the -1 on Kuzan, could be trying to take this guy out.
So many cards in the trash right now, too. Like, throwing a Luchi on the board would not be a bad thing to do. Or a Spandine as well. Spandine Luchi, -6. Not a big deal when your grave is that big.
And so using the Helm Meppo right now, maybe playing this this Rob Luchi from hand, it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen to be able to pop that character. We see this often with, you know, decks that play this Rob Luchi. Sometimes just taking out 1 character instead of hard focusing on 2 is the game plan.
There you go. We're putting the big boys back into the deck. And so 2 Jacks and 1 Isho.
Jack, Isho, Jack. You got to see that deck is starting to get a little bit low, trying to get to that loop. Luchi is one of those decks, though, that can actually loop its trash and deck, kind of getting a full maximum control. I believe there's a video on the channel from the Japanese Championships where a Rob Luchi was, you know, putting 6 cards back in his deck, and then he would draw into most of those 6 cards in the turn, knew his entire deck. But the Luffy now getting aggressive limes, putting down that 5-cost Sabo. That 5-cost Sabo, if you trash a life, will KO a 5-cost or less. So putting that down, as well as the Rocket Luffy. Going to be using the Rocket Luffy to pitch the Luchi, because now you're at 2 life and draw a card. And so now we're seeing the aggression pop up from the black-yellow. Going to be putting Alonso to 2 life at this point now after taking that 5K swing.
What's it called? Limes at, was it 6?
Limes is at 2. Both players are at 2 life right now. Yeah, Limes at 6 cards in hand, helping use the dice. Thank you to our crew at the table, helping the casters. No, because we can't see the table outside of this camera. So, anyways, a lot of things to be able to do right now. Would you say that a turn like that, though, for the Black Yellow. Kind of maybe swayed the advantage a little bit, especially since we're seeing another 2K Khalifa hit the field.
Yeah, we are getting really low on the life, and then once Slime starts going, we do have Black Sabos and Baby Sabos in the trash. So if that Sabo loop starts going, it's going to be a very difficult game for Topso, especially with, we know that a lot of the top end is at the bottom of the deck right now.
Exactly, and so could be interesting to see this swayed as you're continuously self-inflicting the life. If Alonso's not going to swing, you might as well get yourself there. And so putting that Sabo down to 3, I believe.
Yep.
That Khalifa doing a -2 on the draw to trash 2 is going to have 6 Dawn left to be able to do something that he wants to do. And he's going to start out with a leader effect. Is going to trash 2. Going to be a Gecko and a Spandine. So Gecko...
More top end.
I know, more top end just hitting the trash. And so is going to be thinking about, do I want to take the life? And I think as Limes, if you have a way to self-inflict right now, yeah, I think taking this life is not a bad idea. And so is going to be taking that. Has a good amount of counter in hand for the rest of the turn if he decides to swing with the Khalifa and Helmeppo that were already on the field. But now in here, we got a little bit under 7 minutes left. We'll see how it can go.
Hey, how many Bonnies are out there besides me?
I don't see. I don't know.
And it looks like 6 of them in there on that Dawn. It's been a very interesting matchup, Raid, and it's definitely been awkward. Definitely a matchup that I don't think we expected. Definitely how this game has progressed and played out. But with Fordon is going to grab a Rebecca Spandine and do it like I said earlier, just focusing on getting rid of 1 character on field instead of 2. So he's going to be putting 3 CPs at the bottom to summon a Rob Luchi. Going to be replacing that Spandine, and through the Rob Luchi is going to get rid of 3 other cards. So has to decide on what character he wants to get rid of right now. Looks like it's going to be that Spandine, and he's going to put back a big body like you were mentioning.
We really need this top end, especially with Limes getting close to Sabo cycling. We need big swings if that's the case.
Looks like it was a Gecko, Jack, and Isho being put at the bottom of the deck, and so we'll see if he can get to them later at this point. So looks like Limes is starting to make his work. He's taken his final life. He can now officially awaken. He's spread out the Dawn in certain segments. So you see the leader effect going off. Limes has got the brain juices chugging. Now just deciding what card he wants to pitch off the leader effect basically at this point. So
30 minutes into the game, we are starting the game.
Yes, at 30 minutes into the game, we're really starting now. This is where the real game begins.
It is crazy too, because I think he went from 7 cards to 9 this turn because he drew and then he played Flampe. Or oh wait, is that 10 cards in hand? Discarded for leader effect. Put the 2 up there. There's 1 of the babies.
To your point, now he has so much to work with right now, and especially when you don't see any of those big boss monsters going on Alonso's side because they all hit the trash. That means that if you're a 9K leader right now, you feel pretty safe with, like, you know, a 1K counter here, a 2K counter there. What else are you going to do with your turn? So going to playing the Garp. You got 4.5 minutes left. Going to be grabbing an ace. Ace could be really nice, especially if you have those little baby aces in your hand or deck, and is going to finish off the turn with the Sabo. Is going to be keeping the Garp Flampe alive. I don't know if that's your most valuable thing, but like we were saying, you know, even though you're a 9K leader, you're sitting at 0 life. So if your opponent decides to go all in a couple different times with these different characters, can you survive it? So just adding another layer of difficulty. And this 11K swing is going to take a life, passing on the turn off to Alonso right there with the Luchi, and a 10 Dawn turn goes back to Luchi. If we don't see one of these boss monsters now, could that spell trouble for Alonso?
I think so, especially regardless of what it is. He's going to have 10 Dawn next turn. If he doesn't double blocker up, I don't see I don't see a victory for Alonso right now.
It could be difficult on the defense coming in next turn, especially because you know there's an ace sitting there in hand. Is going to be another free 7K swing. Still plenty of time in this one. Still plenty of opportunity for Alonso, but the clock is ticking, it seems.
Almost going into overtime. Yeah, here we go. The 10 Dawn turn.
Still got time left, and again, we do have a judge nearby to be able to regulate the game in its time, and so going to be moving in. Alonso's got to make... Do you try to go like really aggressive on the decision? I don't imagine that you would, right?
Right, but like what else can you do at this time? Like you have, but like it's a 9K body. You do have 5 swings on the board, but that's not enough to make anything out of it.
And interesting as well when you talk about the black-yellow Luffy, right? If the Isho had come down on the field that we pitched so much earlier, could have maybe gotten rid of some of those crucial cards, definitely like the Flampe that we saw, plus establish a great card in general.
Right, and then making popping a lot easier as well. In my opinion, I really like... Ooh, there we go. We got our first big body on Alonso's side.
And so Gecko's going to come down, going to be playing 2 different characters at this point, and we're going to see exactly what is coming in. It looks like Rebecca is one of them, and Spandam is the other. Remember, the Sabo on the Black Hill Luffy side was played this past turn, so everybody's protected. Don't need to use Rob Luchi, so might as well establish your hand a little bit. Lots of CP cards, 2 Who's Who's and a Kaku Who's Who, a great addition in the latest set to Rob Luchi, and so is going to be grabbing that, just a nice 2K counter on the defense that you're expecting, and we'll see exactly what he decides to do with the rest of the Dawn in his turn. Can't swing at leader, so may just be thinking on this Rebecca, just play down a Luchi potentially to just establish a body, right? That may be something in a strategy that we do. Luchi being a 6K body.
Yeah, unfortunately, it has to come in rested. I was thinking, like, are there any other cards that you could have played to make another block or anything like that? But no, they have to come in rested anyway.
But think of it this way. If he decides to swing into the Luchi, that Luchi's basically like a pseudo blocker, right? Prevents you from losing in the term. So it's just going to be an interesting match through the rest of this one. We'll see exactly what they decide to do as time is running down, about to hit overtime on there. And so it looks like Limes is going to start out with his leader effect, going to be pitching that 5-drop Luffy, going to be putting 2 guys back into the life, going to be the same as last time with that Luffy and Sabo. And so we'll see exactly what is going to happen. It's going to be the Gecko. The Gecko is going to come down, play over those little 1K, 2Ks right in the Garp and the Flampe, and is going to go ahead, power himself up, pop that Rebecca, draw a card, and use the Sabo to build up the defense. Looks like Limes is in an incredibly strong position at this point.
Overtime. Let me change the top.
And so time has been called in the round. Looks like Limes is going to be turn 0 right here. Lots and lots of stuff happening around in this one. And so with that swing is going to take a life, 0 life left for the Luchi. Looks like could be 1 in this next turn if he's not careful. He's got plenty of blockers on the field. He's got the Gecko Moria, right, a big character, and the ability to be an 11K leader right at the end of the turn on the swing. So we'll see as Alonso's turn 1 what he decides to do with the 10 Dawn.
If only there was some form of unblockable black card.
So Alonso now thinking about what he wants to do at this point. So moving around right now, thinking about what he wants to do. It looks like he's going to go aggressive, swinging 11 now at the Gecko Moria. So going in, taking the Makito and the Sabo, right? Being a 9K leader, defending against 11 is going to put him at 12 right there. And so thank you guys again for sticking around in this one. A tight matchup, I will say. About 3.5 minutes left of overtime right here. Alonso being turn 1. It's a make or break time for Alonso. So going to be swinging 8 at lead. Going to be or 9, I'm sorry, at lead. Going to be another 9 and is going to get the block right there, if anything. And Alonso just saying, you know what, Limes? You go ahead. A tie does us nothing, right? I know you're going to be able to win it on your turn, so might as well just give you the game at that point. So Black Yellow Luffy coming up, although it was an awkward start, ended up winning in that one. That's going to be the end of that round. And don't worry, here soon we're going to get you the next round shortly. We're going to try to make a little bit of adjustments. I've been reading the chat at this point, and we'll try to look into the audio a little bit. So thank you again so much for your patience. Appreciate you all being here, and we'll see you in the next one.
The YouTube Music app can sense what you like from the moment you open the app.
At Sprouts Farmers Market, we're all about fresh, healthy, and delicious. That's why you'll find the season's best organic produce hand-picked and waiting for you in the center of our store. We bring in local, farm-fresh fruits and veggies bursting with flavor. Come on in to discover everyday favorites like juicy berries and crisp greens, but also unique peak season varieties like Moondrop or cotton candy grapes. Visit your local Sprouts Farmers Market today, where fresh produce is always in season.
Hello, welcome back, chatters and such. We've got the next round just about up. Let us know how the audio is. We're changing some settings, try to help you guys out, trying to get you some good audio. Definitely we threw this together pretty quickly, so shout outs to everybody who helped make this happen at least. Is nice to be able to get some commentary going for you all. We got our next round solidified. We got our players, 2 very good players, I feel like, to people, some Las Vegas natives that I recognize on there. Our matchup is going to be Luchi and Zoro in this round. So going to be very interesting, especially with the speed of Zoro. We saw it earlier, but are going to see it in here. Going to see how it is. And audio sounds good, sounds good. Big shout outs to my friend Jareen over here. Jareen setting up the stream. He's been the audio guy, equipment guy. So big shout outs to him for getting that going. Thank you again. And Jareen, wait, what's your YouTube? I don't know how to pronounce it.
So what's up, everybody? My YouTube's In Kyrie Inc. I think I'm gonna rebrand it to In Kyrie Cast. But yeah, if you guys look up like Las Vegas Beyblade tournament streams or whatever.
Oh yeah. This guy right here controls all the Beyblade streams, does Grand Archive TCG, so especially that and One Piece if you're interested in any of those or just general fun. Jareen's a good guy. But going off into the match, let's focus on the matchup now at this point. It looks like it's going to be Mulligan on the Luchi side. We'll show you their screen here in a second. Don't worry. Oh, wait, no, you already can't see the screen. Good. It's going to be in here. Looks like it's going to be a mulligan for the Luchi. Zoro still deciding if they want to keep their hand or not. Just talking out different things. And it looks like the Zoro, looks like they do play that 3-cost Zoro. I saw a sneak peek of that in the hand. We were talking about that last time we saw Zoro. It's going to be interesting. Oh, thank you, Jareen, for typing your handle in chat. I forgot he has access to typing in my chat as well.
Oh, that's my bad. Is that bad? Here, is this work?
I don't know if the app works, but anyways, going into the match now, 5 life apiece. It's going to be all about Luchi stabilizing, right? What happens first? Zoro rushing in, taking the life, or Luchi stabilizing? It's going to be a very interesting matchup, I feel like.
Right, and then we're playing Luchi. We're not playing Black Luffy. So Luchi has the ability to get 2 things at once.
And so time is started. Players are ready to play. And the Zoro going first, playing the Nami. Nami's going to be great to try to find a key piece.
There's, not sure how Kenny's build is, of course. Well, there's a chopper, so we do have some semblance of Zoro in here.
The chopper is going to be nice, and just like we saw in the last round, a Tempest Kick played on the first turn is just going to be drawing a card and passing right there. No Spandams right there for anybody. And so drawing the next card right here on a 3-Dawn turn. Looks like it's just going to be a 5K swing at lead. Maybe thinking about playing a Zoro right here, and it looks like it's that Chopper that was played on the last turn. The Chopper going to be looking at that top 5 to find another. Has plenty of different cards to look for. It looks like at this point different choppers. The blocker chopper, the playdown chopper, the Duck Squad, I believe, is another one, and it looks like it's going to be that blocker.
Nice, we got both choppers on the field.
So the blocker chopper going to be a nice addition. Going to be a 5K body as soon as we attach a Dawn to the Zoro. And so going in, moving in right here. Going to be attaching 1 Dawn to the Luchi and swinging 6 at the little blocker chopper. So going to be swinging 6 and minusing 1 on the, what should I call it, board swarm chopper? We got to differentiate these choppers.
Right. A blocker, board swarm.
And looks like Zoro's going to be pitching a 1K and a 2K to save that chopper. And so the Brook is going to be played down and take out that Nami. Don't want as many swings as you possibly can coming at your face, so might as well control the board a little bit. And the Brook is going to minus the 1 on the Nami and take it out, moving into Zoro's 5-Dawn turn, I believe. It's a little dark over there. And so with those silver Raleigh sleeves right there, going to be a attach 1 to the Zoro, going to buff everybody up by 1,000 right now. And so this 1,000 is going to make the Swarm Chopper a 6,000 and the Blocker Chopper 5. So we'll see what he decides to do to start. You start out with the Swarm Chopper, swinging that guy to get some bodies on the board, maybe find a Hiking Bear, right, to be able to do some extra power-ups. And it looks like he is at least going to be using that Tony Chopper Swarm to draw some cards. And looks like finds just another Blocker Chopper. So they don't get rid of these choppers. You have a bunch of blockers on the board at least.
Right, and we'll see how Luchi responds to it. If Luchi finds some Luchis, as well as the fact that we already have a Brook on board that can't be answered right now, we could just be doing multiple body deletes next turn.
And so resolving that Swarm Chopper 6K swing is going to be taking a life, so Richie now at 4 life at this point. Kenny now really thinking, okay, he just took that life. Do I need to swing this Chopper? And he is going to be a 5K swing, just a Sabo block, and moving into the Zoro. The Zoro now going to swing a 6 now at life. Still has, I think, 4 Dawn left at this point, if memory is correct. I believe it's about 4 Dawn. It's a little hard to tell on our screen, and I think for you guys as well. But we'll try to get you the best as we can. And
the Dark Rayleigh sleeves.
Either way,
Dark Rayleigh Dawn.
Either way, we got to still think about this 6K swing. You have to resolve this first. Either take another life or produce something like a 2K. We do know that there's at least one in hand, but opts to take the life instead. A potential trigger could be something like an Ice Age that we saw in the last game. It is going to be a Tempest Kick. It's going to KO that Swarm Chopper right there. And now none of them are left on the board at this point. So at least swarming the board is controlled a little bit as this Zoro is played swing 6, blocked by the 2K Khalifa, and now a Nami rounds out the turn, grabbing another Swarm Chopper, but you can't play that guy this turn. Might have been able to play him if you played the Nami first, right? But getting that Zoro and prioritizing the rush factor of the Zoro is going to lead to that conclusion, and now Richie's 6 Dawn turn.
I think we're sitting pretty good right now on Kenny's side. 4 bodies on board, but we are on 5 Dawn. We could do some minusing and then a Luchi play maybe, and then maybe kill something else with, I don't think there's enough Dawn minusing that could happen for him to delete all 4 bodies right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit too early in this game to get rid of a ton, but can at least get rid of a couple. Looks like he's thinking about swinging at the Blocker Chopper, ends up minusing the Zoro, and so he's going to be minusing that shot, or KOing that Chopper, I should say. And look at that in the trash for Richie. Playing that 9-cost Kaido that we talked about earlier is a tech card that Richie is playing, and it's worked out for him. Both players 3-0 so far.
Right.
Tempest Kick is going to be drawn. Now, there are 10 cards in the trash after this Tempest Kick is played, so he's going to be able to -3 something. You would imagine, right, the Chopper may be the thing, but ends up doing the Zoro instead, putting it basically at -1, I would say.
I stand corrected. There's definitely a path to delete the entire board right now. I believe.
Well, I don't think it's clear as day or easy at this point. And the Brook swing, getting out of that, and just an easy 1K counter. Going to be dropping that Kuzan to draw a card. Kuzan could be nice, especially for the later stages, right? If this game kind of elongates. You know, we saw Zoro in the last feature match that we had it in, was playing those Monkey Day Dragons. So if a Monkey Day Dragon comes on the field, Kuzan's going to be able to minus it 4, or really just anybody that's on the field, put it down to essentially 0.
Right. Is there anything... There's no big bodies to play on 7 Dawn anyway in the red deck.
Not really. I think the biggest that you get is that 5-drop starter deck Monkey Day Luffy, right? That has the rush and unblockable skills. So, but starting out, we're going to be swinging 6 at the Brook. Going to be doing a little bit of board control of our own. Going to be taking that knockout. Didn't want to pay 3K worth of counter to save that wee fellow. But now, with the rest of his Dawn at this point, is going to swing just a bare 5, kind of test the waters right here. And I don't hate this play, right? Just swinging a 5, testing the waters, seeing, are you going to take it or are you going to counter out? And so countering out is the option of Rebecca. And so with 3 more, is going to be doing another Chopper search right here. Does not does find a Dr. Kureha, I think, in there. That is a Drum Kingdom card, but going to be putting it away. Is actually Dr. Kureha a Drum Kingdom card? I actually am not sure.
I think it's just animals, isn't it?
Either way, decides not to grab it, and after playing a second Tony Chopper, grabs a Hiking Bear. The Hiking Bear is going to be played right now and is going to pass the turn off with no more Dawn left. And so now going into Rob Luchi, still at 3 life, decently healthy, you know, for a Rush Zoro deck to be coming at you at face.
8 Dawn, correct? Yeah, 8 Dawn, because we were at 7 Dawn before at Kenny's side. 8 Dawn, black deck. Kenny doing a really good job maintaining a full board.
So just to clarify, my apologies, the Tony Chopper only grabs animal type characters,
Exactly.
nothing with Drum Kingdom. I was mistaken. I got the two mixed up, so thank you. And either way, the swing is going to go at the Hiking Bear is going to go ahead and minus one of the choppers, and the Kuzan is going to take out the other, or put the kind of split the cost right here. So going to be putting one chopper at 2, and then the other chopper at 0, basically. And so after getting that KO on that blocker, chopper is going to be going into the Rebecca Brook play off of the Gecko. And so one chopper is going to live right here, and the other is going to be knocked out. You know, players kind of saying, you know, it doesn't really matter which one goes to the bin, but so now going into Zoro's turn at 9 Dawn, I believe, now at this point. So 9 Dawn gives you the access to stuff like Dragon, right, that we talked about at first. We'll see if he decides to do it. At least puts 1 Dawn on the Zoro. He's going to power up the Chopper and the Nami, still at a healthy 5 life at this point.
Kind of insane. Can't tell how much hand is in his hand.
How much hand is in his hand?
How much hand is in his hand. But he does look really healthy.
It is an interesting spot because as Zoro continuously puts down these characters, maybe the Luchi is building up his field, right? He may not be going at life, but he's building up his field as time goes on.
2 cards in hand. Okay.
It's going to be moving around, trying to think about what he does. Maybe thinking about if and it doesn't look like a dragon's coming down this turn because 3 Dawn is being attached to the Nami and swinging 6, I believe, at face right now. So the 6, whether it's at face or the Kuzan or the Brook, is going to prompt either a life, a 2K, or a block. So we'll see exactly what happens. It looks like a 2K is going to be used on the counter. I think maybe going at that Kuzan.
Someone mentioned the trash earlier, but when he played the Gecko, I noticed he didn't play any 1-drops, and you could definitely see that there aren't any 2 or 1-drops in the trash.
Exactly, and kind of knowing full information is very valuable in this game. So swinging 7 with the little chopper there, then using its when attacking effect, is going to find a ton of different characters, and a new card that we didn't see the last time has hit the field. It's Robson. Robson, a 3-drop, when attached with 2 Dawn, gains Rush. So unfortunately coming in rested, not going to be swinging this turn, but is a nice animal type option, especially with the Alabasta Tony Chopper that we saw in the last one, to play, you know, a guy like that as active.
I totally forgot that card existed.
It's definitely not something that we probably see often at a lot of times, but let me tell you, in the pre-release, it helped me win a pre-release, that card, being just so nice with the Rush. But anyways, this is not a pre-release. This is a store regional championship, and the swing is going to be blocked by the Rebecca. 2 life on the Luchi side, 5 for the Zoro. So still anybody's game, I feel like, at this point, but could get scrappy quickly. And now, because at 2 life, we're on the Kid Killer turn. So going to be taking this life, putting Richie down to 1. Does not look good for Richie and Luchi. Zoro might be getting this, but still, a 10 Dawn turn is coming. Anything can happen.
Right. The other thing, too, is that this is a Zoro deck. They do have the access to the Diablo Jambe. We could block her up, but if he has 2 Diablo Jambes, could be a game next turn, possibly, but it is also possible for the Richie to delete the board, I think, with 10 Dawn.
Diable Jabe, something that we saw earlier in one of the searches. So you're right exactly about that. Might be something that is played, might have it in hand. It looks like Kenny only has like one card in hand, I think, at this point.
Right.
So very interesting, trying to stabilize, trying to control, going to be using that Tempest Kick and -3 on one of the characters after drawing that card. That -3 going somewhere. I would imagine that you maybe want to put it on the Kid Killer, right? The Kid Killer would go to 1. The Brook swinging would knock it out, because you definitely want to take out that character. That Kid Killer is such a threat if it could see on the field, or if it could stay on the field. And 9 Dawn still left, 20 minutes remaining, still plenty of time in this one. Feels like we've been doing this forever, it seems like, but
not like last game though.
Yeah, not like last game. Last game was crazy though, and now we play a Spandam. So Spandam is going to look around in the trash, going to be finding a Spandine or a Khalifa for it, and opting to choose the Khalifa, getting that 2K counter in the hand, maybe prioritizing like, okay, if I can't wipe out this board and he has something like Diable Jambe or something like that, or just any sort of rush cards, I need to be able to survive, so prioritizing that 2K. So the Luchi is going to go at that chopper and use that leader effect to minus another one of the characters. Going to minus that chopper, and this is a strategy we see sometimes through the Luchi decks, is swing at whatever you're minusing, right? Really prompting your opponent to say, like, playing some mind games of like, are they going to get rid of it anyways, right, through different effects? So you think about whether or not it's worth keeping this alive, kind of wasting the leader effect in a sense.
But with 1 card in hand, do you really want to counter out?
Depending not, especially if it's a non-counter card or a card that could help you win in the next turn. So taking that knockout, now the Brook is going to swing. I would assume probably going at either the Robson or the Nami. Is going to be going at the Nami and taking out the Kid Killer. And so with the rest of the swings that they got here, they still got a Gecko that they can swing with. This Kuzan going at the Robson is going to take a knockout potentially, and then some other stuff going on. Going to be minusing, of course, when attacking. It was actually going at life, so Kuzan swung at life and minused the Robson, and now the Gecko swinging, it looks like taking out that Robson, so just going in a different order, and going ahead and playing another Gecko with the rest of the Dawn that they have. Playing that Rebecca, only the Rebecca, it looks like, potentially. Maybe thinking about if they want to play another character.
Did he delete the, he
deleted the Spandam and opted on the Gecko only to play the Rebecca, and the Rebecca grabbing a Sabo, so could be interesting. Still anybody's game at this point, but looking a little scary for Zoro with only a few cards in hand. I think about 3 cards in hand. Been controlled very nicely, and like we were talking about in this matchup, what can go faster, Zoro or the stabilization of Rob Luchi in the game?
Right, as long as Rob Luchi doesn't throw away 7 out of 10 of its 10 drops, or big drops.
Yeah, the big drops, having those Geckos, those non-searchable cards, right, in the deck. It seems like most of your big bodies are non-searchable, with Jack and Gecko Moria being non-CP type stuff, being Animal Kingdom, Thriller Mark, Pirate, just great cards in the game in general. I think we can all agree that Gecko and Jack are some of the best cards in the game right now, so of course you want to put them in your deck.
Right. Non-searchable and non-recurrable, except for Jack. This is something I forgot. If you played Rebecca, you can grab Jack from the trash because it's a 7 cost in the trash.
And that's exactly a good point, right? Rebecca being able to grab 3 to 7 in terms of its cost. So starting out with Zoro, it looks like an 8K swing is going to be blocked right here. It looks like 3 is going to come down. It's a rush Zoro, and the Zoro is going to be attaching 3 Dawn and swinging 10,000 power with 1 Dawn left open. So the 10,000 power, well, it's 5, or I'm sorry, yeah, 9. I'm sorry, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, 3 Dawn plus 1, yeah.
Listen, I majored in touchdowns. I didn't major in math. But
No,
anyways, regardless of the amount of power, is going to be taking that life and moving into the next turn right now. Luchi at 0, Zoro with 4 life, and Here's a big question right now. Luchi, unless they're teching the Rush Rob Luchi from OP03, I think it was. That could be a tech. You never know. You never know.
I've used it before.
It's like the Rush Usopp, right, in
Yes.
Nami. You got to be thinking with one Dawn open, does he actually have Radical Beam in hand? We don't have that information. We don't have any idea. But
It's definitely a
Radical Beam,
possibility.
yeah, it's a card that can be played in these Zoro decks, and especially with 4 life left, you would have to connect on every single life. And a card that we talked about, like
Right.
Diable Jambe earlier, right? You know you have the Sabo in hand. You know that you've got a blocker, but Diable Jambe, you would just go around it. You never know. It's going to be interesting. Nothing of the sort has been revealed yet to Richie and Rob Luchi, so it's just going to be a guessing game. I think Kenny leaving one Dawn open was huge for this game plan. Really playing mind games with Richie and saying, all right, you got to do the math perfectly in your head. What's going to be the outcome of this game?
Even if that one Dawn is shut up, come with us, if he draws into a 2K, that also changes a lot of stuff.
Exactly. That could change the game plan entirely. And so going to be a 7. Looks like minusing the Zoro. I don't know if he was swinging at the Zoro. Looks like he was swinging at life. Is going to take that life, put it in hand, go up to 3 cards in hand. I'm trying to look at his hand. I'm pushing Jareen over so that I can see if he's got some stuff in his hand.
We got a
Kenny
wall
going
of
down
people
to
here.
3 life at this point in there. So another swing coming in from Richie is going to be minusing the Zoro and trashing the 2 cards. Gonna be curious what happens on this 7 swing. Zoro, even though they play a bunch of these little bodies, plays its fair amount of non-counter cards and is going to take that life right there, is going to build up. And so just a raw 9K swing. I like this 9K swing. Not going too into the game plan, but just kind of, this is your biggest swing up to this point, so might as well just kind of tap into it, see exactly what happens. And we'll see on this 9K swing how much more Kenny wants to take. Can take a couple more lives, but you still have to protect yourself with 2 more swings after this. So can you actually protect with, I think, 7 or 6 more Dawn left on Richie's side to be utilized?
Right. And we did, how much Dawn left? Is this 5 Dawn?
I think it's 6 Dawn left on Kenny's side. So going to be using that one. It's going to be that shut up and come with us event. He's going to be searching around through the deck to try to find a card. It's going to be that blocker chopper coming down. So the blocker chopper adds a whole new game plan to this as he goes into 1 life, because now there's a blocker on the field. So playing that Ice Age is going to swing that Brook, going to take out that chopper. And so with no Dawn left, you're going to have to be able to counter out of a 9K swing right here. And so especially with that chopper coming on the field, the Zoro's going to stay alive, right? And that could be huge into the game plan. Is going to take that life. Going to be swinging 9,000 power. Can he get out of it? Can he get up to 10,000? We'll see. There's 2 2Ks right there. That's 9. And a 1. That's 10.
Oh, man.
And I think right there,
2 cards left in hand.
yeah, and had even more counter in hand with the Nami. So I think Richie just scooped it up, said, you know what? And the top deck is a kid killer, right? With 1 kid killer in hand, another kid killer hitting the field. Absolutely crazy. That Zoro didn't have Diable Jambe, but had a card that didn't have Diable Jambe, didn't have Radical Beam.
But he did have Shut Up and Come With Us.
Shut Up and Come With Us, and it looks like, I mean,
I forgot that it played the card, and it's crazy that it played the blocker. But of course, because he had the Brook, it didn't matter that it was a blocker or not. It was very smart on Richie's end to keep it up, just in case any of that popped up. I didn't even think of that.
And so absolutely crazy in that match. We'll be getting to round 5 here soon. It's starting to get to the very last Exos in this game. It'll be curious to see what exactly is happening in the later stages. You don't want to miss anything. Thank you so much for watching so far. Make sure to stick around, like, comment, subscribe, all that jazz that you do on YouTube, whatever you do, you know, for all your favorites. And
yeah, speaking of YouTube, by the way, if I haven't introduced myself like properly, my name is Jareen. I'm here in Vegas. I do a lot of hobby stuff. Beyblades right now is the jam for me, and then Grand Archive just started a new set. So on my YouTube channel, if I ever have any time, I try to
edit videos, but it's mostly just streaming because editing takes a lot of time. I can't find it. I know you've been dealing with that a lot lately
Yeah.
too.
Also, sponsored player by Night and Day, right?
Yeah.
Night and Day sponsoring players in different card games and stuff to be able to, kind of showcase the talents and stuff like that, give benefits, when you do well and things like that. So very nice to see a store like Night and Day representing the local community here in Las Vegas. So
If you're interested in Night and Day, we have that QR code right here.
Oh, right there.
Yeah. It just goes to the Night and Day website. I know it shows we have that Facebook and Instagram, but if you look at them on Facebook and Instagram, you can find them as well.
If you're watching on mobile as well, the stream, there is a link to Night and Day store in the description below that you can also go to. If it's not, let me know in the chat because I thought I put it there. I could have made a mistake. But anyways, thank you again so much for watching. Make sure to tune in. We got round 5 coming soon, and we'll see you in a hot second. We're in overtime officially here in this tournament. Over in overtime, still finishing out those turns in round 4. I will say there are 3 undefeateds left after this round. There was a pair down in it, and they lost. So depending on how the 3 undefeateds go, having another pair down in the round, this could be the final round happening next. So just stay tuned, sit tight. Thank you all so much for watching. That's really zoomed in, Jareen.
Oh, zoomed in.
On the let's. Jareen's messing around with the camera, so I'll move it back while we do that. But so just wanted to give you that little update. Thank you again so much for watching and listening. Stay tuned for the next round as we get ready for the pairings. wanted to give you guys a quick update again. The match still going on. We have them kind of on camera so that you can see. They had a deck check, so they have a different time than what we have for the rest of the round. So it's a Bonnie versus BY Luffy. So as you can know, that match can get pretty crazy. So just getting in the final moments of that match will get you the next round as soon as it comes up. Again, 3 undefeateds, so next round could be the last round. Could be an additional round on top of that, depending if the pair down wins. But we'll try to get you as much as we can. Thank you again so much for watching and sticking around. Hope to see you in the finals. unfortunate timing, our feature match is getting deck checks, so just hold out a little while longer here for you. We'll get you some action here soon. Got another good match here coming on this way. Appreciate you all staying around, sticking in, and holding tight. Appreciate it, and stay tuned for the next round. Thank you. for another update. This one is a little crazy, I would say. So, unfortunately, the deck check. So actually, one of our feature match players did not pass the deck check. So we unfortunately, yes, there was a deck check going on. Unfortunately, because of the deck check, we don't have a feature match. So there were some other guys just playing, hanging out, having a good time. So we've asked them to join in and go ahead and play. So I think guaranteed one more round. Or no, this is the last round, isn't it? I think. Yeah, this is going to be the last round.
No. Kenny's undefeated.
Is it? Oh, no. I'm sorry. The person who lost... Okay, so the person who lost the... or did not do the deck check right, they were the pair down, but they weren't the undefeated. So therefore, we do have one more round to go after this. So in the time being, we're going to have kind of a fun match. We're going to showcase maybe some Pluffy for you guys, I think, in this one. We haven't seen Pluffy yet, so... Just wanted to give you guys that update. Yeah, there was a deck check going on, and we've had to change plans. So we'll have that fun match, and then we'll have, hopefully, the final here for you in the next round. So thank you again so much for being patient. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll be back shortly. All right, so jumping back into the action again, if you're just joining us, there was a unfortunate deck check that went awry. Somebody didn't pass the deck check. So we've got we've got a fun feature match for you. In the meantime, some guys just playing around, not in the tournament. So we've decided to put some other stuff going on.
That'd be cool.
So here we go. We're going to have a purple Luffy mirror. So purple Luffy not really present at all. I think there was one or two people in this tournament in general playing Pluffy, but since we're guaranteed one more round in this tournament, we've decided to have a little bit of fun in this one.
Pluffy definitely is in the starter deck waiting room.
Yes,
for sure.
Pluffy, just like you're saying, Pluffy in that starter deck waiting room. If you heard me in the last couple videos that we've had on the channel, starter deck, I think it's 17 is the Pluffy one, or maybe 18. It's one of those two.
Something between 15 and 20.
One of those deck checks that come in later in the month. Those starter decks 15 through 20 releasing at the end of the month of October. So make sure that you get yours if you can, and really boosts up this deck. But for the meantime, while we're hanging out here, let's see what the old version is. One being the PSA Luffy leader, and the other being the regular alternate art. So leave your guesses in the chat whether you think the PSA Luffy or the regular alternate Luffy is going to win in this one, and we'll see how this goes.
Definitely leaning towards Luffy for... Oh, yeah, they can.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. I'm definitely leaning towards playing Luffy next set, or the black-purple Luffy. Black Luffy?
Black Purple Luffy. We actually saw the Purple Luffy and Black Purple Luffy matchup happen in the 3v3 Wave 2 championships out in Japan. Yeah, we covered that on the channel just the other day. So the starting hand for Danny, the player on the left, looks to be a little interesting. You've got a Polly in there, Queen, the 9-drop Linlin. I know Danny's been very favorable towards the 9-drop Linlin. I know a lot of players been gearing towards that right there. So I don't want to specify what the deck check was. We just know that the deck check, the result of the deck check, happened to be that there was no match that could happen through it. So I don't want to throw anybody under the bus in there. But we are going to we're going to move past it. We got one more round, and then we've got a fun round here for you. So
Do you know what it is? It was like they were missing 2 cards or something like that.
I'm not going to specify.
Oh, that's
yeah. I'm very diplomatic right now.
Oh, okay, my bad.
But anyways,
I also just didn't know what was going on.
moving in, Jareen was focusing more on the equipment and stuff as, the engineer of the stream. But 5 life on each side. Not sure who's going first at this point.
To apologize for the camera focusing. We got like some natural sunlight coming in from these giant windows, like messing with the focus.
We do, and the player on the right going first, just passing, and then player on the left drawing and going first. That new addition that we see in the player in the left's hand, that 7-drop king, really good for being able to apply pressure and rush on your opponent in certain situations. But player on the right is going for a 5K swing right now, so could be just a quick 1K counter with the page 1. Then going ahead using leader effect to get to 4 and playing the Scratchman of Pooh. So Scratchman of Pooh, a nice vanilla, gives you a boost of power on the 4-Dawn turn. Is going to put 4-Dawn to the player on the left side right here. Drawing, I think, a Eustace Captain Kid blocker is nice if you end up using leader effect, and is going to do just that. Both players at 4 life apiece, now at 5 Dawn for the player on the left side. So the 5K swing is just going to be another Scratchman of Pooh right there. The Eustace Captain Kid is coming down onto the field. So going to go now to 6 Dawn, I believe, at this point. Going to see exactly what happens in this one. Could take a life and go up to 7 on the ramp.
That's a pretty crazy custom Dawn over there. Super cool.
The Yonko crew here in Las Vegas got to rep the Dawn for the stream. And with the 7 Dawn is going to play a Poly and go up to 8 Dawn in this one. And is going to go ahead, block out of both of those swings right there. But the player on the right side now is going to be a 10 Dawn next turn.
Pretty crazy.
Definitely one of the strong points of the purple Luffy deck, being able to ramp, especially if you see a card like Polly. So,
what is the top end right now? Is it is it just?
There's plenty of top end. There's Kaido.
Yeah,
you could play the 10-drop Luffy, right, if you wanted to. Not a popular choice, but definitely an option. But King, another addition through OP08 that is so good for Dawn -1, getting that rush. So, going to be able to swing right there and then get another swing in after countering out of that first one. Is going to take that one, go down to 2 life. So it's 4 life to 2 on these Luffy sides. But player on the right side now at 10 Dawn at this point. So 10 Dawn right now, 2 characters alive on the field. Luffy leader upside down, now right side up.
Refresh, please. Please do a backflip.
And so he's doing an interesting play right here with the 10 Dawn turn. Just going to play down 2 Magellans from hand. 2 Magellan, a very interesting card. It's going to put the player on the left down 2 Dawn. So unless they want to re-ramp, they're going to have to take a life.
Right. Because right now they're at 4 Dawn?
Right now they're going to be at, well, yeah, in the next turn, I think they're at 7.
7. They're at 7, right? Next turn they'll be at 7.
Yeah, it looks like they're at 7 to Dawn now, so going to have to take a life. They are going to take one in order to go to 8, 8 being a nice number for this deck for certain situations. And it's going to be interesting because Magellan is almost like an invincible 6K, right?
Right. You don't want to, it's the opposite of a blocker. You don't want to hit it.
And so is going to be popping that Scratchman of Pooh through the Poly. Does get to re-ramp, so going up to 9 now, has 2 active Dawn to work with. Couple 2K counters in hand, going to swing that King and counter out of that in saving the Poly. Going to swing now 7 on the leader. Looks like it's going at life. Going to put Ruben down to 1. So going to be an interesting spot. Ruben now at 1 life, Danny at 3. Could be a quick game. Danny might have the opportunity to be able to go for game next turn if these characters stay alive. But with 10 Dawn to work with, it's anybody's game.
Purple is such a fun, crazy color. Like
it's
you got
an interesting one.
Yeah, you got a combination of rush. You got small body. You got, well, they're bigger than small bodies, right? Because they're 6Ks.
Yeah.
You got flood in the 6K bodies, and you got like really heavy big bodies at the end game.
And so Both now at 1. Countering out of those 6Ks is going to play a Queen, a nice blocker. Going to get rid of another Magellan. Didn't want to play a third Magellan, I will say. And is going to go out through the rest of the turn playing another Queen, building up that wall. Not only has the Magellans, but it's got the Queens going right now. So going to pitch the ulti and Kid. The ulti and Kid. Wait a minute. Ruben's Dons are custom Dons. They're special. They've got a group here in Las Vegas called the Yonkos. So they've got custom Don ready for it. But I think Danny now going in at the next turn. I think Ruben actually was pitching an extra card off of the Queens. I think he was pitching 2 cards on the Queen. So.
Oh yeah, because he pitched a Queen.
Yeah, he pitched 2 cards. I think.
He pitched a Queen, right? And the second one he pitched the Magellan, right?
Yeah, I think Queen is trash 1. We're not going to tell Ruben because this is an unofficial match. We're just going to make fun of him afterwards on it. So going to be going in. He's going to be blocking the swing potentially on there, and that Kaido is going to come down, going to be blocking with that. Definitely didn't want to. I don't know why he was trashing 2. I think he's just being silly with Danny at this point. But is going to go back up to 10. Don could have had 2 more cards in hand, but decided to be a dingus, I would say.
It's cool. He's like, I'm going to win this turn anyway.
Yeah, we'll only make fun of him. Got to sort out the Yonko Don as well to make sure that they're pretty and nice in order. But with the 10 Don does have a good shot, actually, to go for game at this point. The player on the left, Danny, not having a blocker on field, right, and only a couple cards in hand. You've got 10 Don to work with and 4 different swings, bearing, like a Kaido coming in as well.
Is it possible for him to play another Kaido next turn? Right?
Not sure, but swinging 7 right here is going to take a life. Going to be a 2K counter in hand, so that's nice, but is going to be spreading out that Dawn. Going to be swinging 9, I believe, right now, and is going to be able to get the win. So we'll see Danny saying that he had 3 polys in hand. Is this Danny, the UA Brickmaster? It is. It is in there. So
UA Brickmaster.
About 10 minutes left in the round before we hit overtime. Jareen, go tell Ruben right now that he was trashing 2 off of Queen instead of 1. So then we can make fun of him and get his reaction. So. But again, just because of a deck check error that we had going on, we lost our feature match for it. And because the deck check takes time, everybody else had already started their round. So we'll get you the final round. We do have guaranteed 1 more round in this store regional for you all. So we'll be able to potentially showcase you 1 more. Going to try to get you the finals of this tournament. But thank you again so much for watching. We do know one of the decks that's guaranteed in the finals. It'll be interesting. The Ruben been playing black all for the last couple weeks, so he thought he was playing Sabo, he reports. So yeah, the deck check ended up failing, so we lost our feature match. So we had our these other players with some of their other decks on there. They're going to be running it back as well. They're going to be playing a little bit of Union Arena, actually, just to buy some time. So if you are new to the channel, I would say, you know that I have been into Union Arena as of late. And don't worry, we'll get back to One Piece on our feature match, but we've got about 10 minutes to kill. So we're going to be trying out some Union Arena commentary. Jareen, have you ever seen Union Arena before?
I've seen it, but I have absolutely no idea how it's played. I know that there's like 3 characters in the front, and then you got action points, and the action points look super cool.
The 4 characters in the front. You can have 4 characters in the front, so.
I thought it was 3 and 3. My bad, my bad. Yeah, I have no idea how this game is played. Please teach me.
It's a brand new game. The set's just released a couple weeks ago in this game, but is half of Ruben's deck like upside down? Ruben is just a mess today. Ruben is a mess today, but don't worry, we'll be getting you One Piece finals shortly. We're just buying some 10 minutes, and I'm interested in this Union Arena match right here.
Hey, shout out to Ruben playing. All right, so welcome to the One Piece stream, where we're going to watch a game of UA while Ruben is playing his UA deck with Grand Archive sleeves.
It's like halftime entertainment, right? It's like at a baseball field when you see the guy race the hot dog, you know, down the third baseline. It's very similar to that. That's exactly what we're watching right here. So
it's like when you name your Pokemon the name of other Pokemon.
anyways, we're going to be running a purple bleach mirror in this one because both players' lists are very similar. I think Danny's list is slightly different, but for anybody who is familiar with Union Arena, the brand new game that comes out, if you're familiar with purple bleach, I think these decks are going to be a lot different than what you usually see, and not because they're not finished. These decks are styled very interestingly, I will say, very aggressive. Probably, in my opinion, what I would say is the most aggressive decks that you can find in Union Arena. Shout out to John and Eric for building this archetype. I got to give them a shout out for these this style of the purple bleach decks, but we're going to be going in. I think Ruben opted to mulligan on this one. So Danny ready to go. Ruben mulliganing. Got to put out the life. Danny being a little bit extra on the mulligans.
That's definitely something I do. How do you mulligan in this game? Is it just throw your whole hand
mulligan in this game, if you don't like your hand, you put it down, you draw another 7 cards. You don't do anything else to your deck. You just draw the 7 cards, and then the old hand that you had, you shuffle it into your deck, and then you put out life. So a little bit different than every other game. And Ruben, not having a 0 at first to play, is just going to spend an action point to draw an extra card on his turn. Definitely a losing strategy, I think, at this one. Danny using his first action point to draw an Uryu, I believe is how you pronounce it. Going to be a draw 1, trash 1. Union Arena, you get 7 life in this, so as we adjust the life. And Danny going to be playing the Orihime to pick up the Uryu and have 2 energy on his energy line as Ruben now goes into his 2 action point turn. So with the first action point, he's going to spend drawing, not finding a 0. Ruben's deck is trash. Not finding any zeros. Absolutely crazy off of the mulligan, not finding anything on there. Definitely something that you see. And also in Union Arena, good to note, and if you're wondering why Ruben just trashed a couple cards, there is a hand size limit in Union Arena. So if you reach that 8 hand size, it's going to be trashing cards until you have 8 in your hand. So if anyone was wondering why he trashed that, that's exactly why. And we move into Danny's turn. Another turn of 2 action points. Going to start out with playing that Urahara and moving into the Uryu again to draw 1 and trash 1. Really setting up his board and potentially maximizing as he's going to be at 5 energy in his next turn.
Waited 15 minutes to watch them play Union Arena.
We've got a little bit of time before the finals, Acvius, so we're just buying time right now instead of giving you all blank screen with music. We're at least trying to give you some sort of entertainment right now. We already showed a fun game, so now we're showing a silly game, a silly game of Union Arena. So looks like Ruben just not finding zeros, just going to be draw passing. This is going to be an absolute slaughter fest, at least. So Danny moving up the Uryu, going to be playing down a Ichigo. The Ichigo is going to look at that top card, opt to keep it or trash. Showing us the hand, Ruben, his hand, if he just had a 0, he could do some stuff. Absolutely pulling a Danny right now, I will say. Absolutely bricking. Is going to go ahead and play down a Renji and raid with it to get 2 swings in here. And in Union Arena as well, you do get to choose the life that you take. So if you do,
like Pokemon?
No, well, Pokemon, yes, kind of, but Pokemon is when you take a prize, you choose what prize you want, whereas in Union Arena, you choose what your opponent takes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow,
yeah,
wow.
when you take a life. So that's a little bit, this game is different than One Piece, but does have some similarities and is pretty easy to pick up, I feel like, from a starting standpoint. And so finally finding a 0 is going to be able to get going, is going to play that Ichigos, both of those Ichigos right there. is going to trash that card. And there's no way in Union Arena to manipulate life at this point, so it's really just take whatever life you see, right? Doesn't really matter the order in a sense. Some players, Superstitious, is going to be promoting that Ichigo to get at least 3 swings in this turn. Has a couple different raid options as well after drawing with that extra action point. Is going to think about playing the Orihime. I don't know why you would play the Orihime. Is going to play that Ichigo. That's that 3-drop Ichigo that gives double energy and swings 4. So decides not to raid with that Ichigo, just establishes a 4K body. Getsuga Tensho is going to be put on display, and so Getsuga Tensho with the trigger says KO anybody is going to be a good one there. And then that life trigger, that second one, was add this card to your hand. So a lot of cards having triggers, a lot of them either draw 1, put this card in your hand, give 3,000 to a character. And with a Getsuga Tensho of KOing a 5,000 power or more character and a Bankai, Ruben could kind of come back a little bit in this game, as Ruben is at 3 life left in this game, and Danny, I think, still at a full 7. Does have a lot of work to do, but
I'm so overwhelmed trying to understand.
Well, yeah, Jareen, you haven't seen Union Arena before, so it's hard to tell what's happening. I feel like I'm trying my best to give you as much commentary as I can.
I appreciate it. It's just funny because I'm staring at everything. I'm like, what's going on?
Is going to have 3 action points still. Bankai allows you to get more action points, and so decides to raid with the Ichigo, is going to use that Ichigo effect to trash the top 2 cards of his deck. Then he can put any amount of cards in the removal area. The removal area, if you're familiar with like Pokemon, is basically the Lost Zone. Yeah, banished area. That's the synonymous in that sense. And for every card that he banishes or puts in the removal area, it's minus 500 power. So each card has a power type. He banished 4 cards to get rid of a 2,000 power character. In this game, if a character hits 0 power, it gets KO'd.
What?
So
cool.
That's another little nuance of this card game. Raiding with another Ichigo right there, that one being the Impact Ichigo, is not going to use the Impact, but is going to take a life real quick. And Danny, being so healthy with the life, is going to get a life with an add to hand trigger, is going to put him down to 5, and it's going to be another raid. And this raid trigger, he's thinking about whether or not he wants to raid with it. He does have the energy to raid on top of that Ichigo, but he's thinking about whether it's worth it or not, and is going to choose to, I think, raid with maybe. It doesn't look like he has another baby Ichigo in hand to raid with, but he is just going to put it in hand right there, and then Ruben, passing off the turn, is going to have 2 4,000 power bodies on the field, which is very nice, but we'll see what the rest of the turn is called. Oh, and Dragon Ball, it's called Warp. I didn't know that.
Warp.
I have not played Dragon Ball Masters. I'm familiar with Fusion World, but not with Masters.
Somebody told me that Masters is going on at the same time as Fusion World. We have 2 concurrent Dragon Ball games?
I think so, but it's like, it's not the same game.
Yeah, it's not the same game. It's crazy, but that makes it crazier to me. That
it does kind of make it crazy, yeah.
It's 2 games under the same IP, under the same, they're both under Bandai too, right?
Yeah, they're
crazy.
both under Bandai, so. Going into this now, after playing the Renji, is going to Bankai to be able to get 2 action points back. We saw that Raid Renji come from trigger into hand, so may be played on this turn. Could maybe use the Renji and do a double raid in a sense with an Ichigo and a Renji. We never know of what he's going to do. He's going to play that Renji. He's going to raid with it, staying at 4. 4 is like the magic number on the energy line. You want to kind of stay at 4 and kind of stabilize in this set of the game. Is going to go ahead, remove 4 cards to be able to minus 3,000 power to the Ichigo. Put it at 3,000 right there. And so is going to swing that 15 right there. Is going to kind of put Ruben in an awkward spot of whether or not he wants to block with these different characters. Remember that Ichigo of his on the top, the one with the sword across his back, that one is a 1,000 power character. So if it blocks any of these attacks, it dies. So going to be taking this life. Not going to be a trigger on this one. Just going to go. Is there a trigger on that one?
Do you buff something?
Don't think there was. I don't think there's a trigger on that Ichigo, if my memory is correct. I could be wrong because that is an alternate art. I haven't familiarized myself that deep with Union Arena stuff on camera, but Does have 2 life left still, so is good. Richie coming in and looking at the cards, messing with the stream, and then going to be raiding with a Renji of his own on there. Going to be 2 action points utilized in this one. Does have 3 swings to work with right now.
Overtime.
And is going to go ahead and use the removal to remove that 3,000 power Ichigo on the field. So now, no matter what, he's going to be hitting a life, you know, in before Getsuga Tensho comes in. So the 1,500 swing, he is going to block that one. The Renji is going to go ahead, take a life right there. It is just going to be into the trash. It goes. If a card that you get hit with in life, Jareen, does not have a trigger on it, immediately goes in the trash.
What?
That is another interesting thing about this game. Like in Pokemon or One Piece, right? One Piece, the trigger or the card goes into your hand. In Union Arena, you don't get that luxury. So Getsuga Tensho starts off the turn. I don't think he could have KO'd that, actually, because Getsuga Tensho says you can only KO a 3,000 power character until you have Ichigo on the field, and he did not have Ichigo on the field. So I'm going to go yell at him.
Go, Judge, go. All right, guys, we're tapping cards over here. Tapping cards, resetting them, putting them in hand. All right, we're fanning out some graves. Sorry, this is my commentary. I have no idea this game works. All right, shifting hands. You see Jake's hand right there, pointing cards. Gets a good Tensho. Doesn't work that way, they said. No catch-up mechanic. Kind of crazy. I remember Pokemon was going down a weird path, and they were like, we got to add catch-up mechanics to make this game better. So wait, so do we reset?
Yeah, so basically we just walked back the board state, right? Mm-hmm. And so we just replayed it from there. The Getsuga Tensho card KOs a 3,000 power character, but if you have an Ichigo on field, the main character in Bleach, you can KO a 5,000 or less. So with trying to KO the Renji, he had to play an Ichigo first. So just wanted to make sure on that one. But don't worry, guys. If you're wondering where the One Piece action is, we will have a One Piece match soon. We just got a little bit of lull time, so just trying to find out there before the finals. We had an unfortunate deck list error in our feature match last round, so our feature match didn't happen. So going to be moving in then. Putting Danny down to 2 life at this point is going to get another raid character. Ruben kind of stabilizing at this point, but with 2 life left and a lot of swings coming in from the player on the left, Danny, could be hard for Ruben in this one.
We still have a minute and a half in overtime, so for you guys waiting for One Piece, we should be ending the round soon.
Yeah, we'll be I think they're in overtime, yeah, as Jareen was saying. So it'll be ending soon, don't worry. But looks like the game did also just wrap up over there. So I'm going to ask Brandon, who ended up winning that one.
Lots of cards here. We got 9 cards. Now we have 8 cards on the right side. Tapping cards and taking a life. No trigger. Ooh. Oh, no trigger. Oh, and I think, did he just scoop? Oh. Cards moving over? Yeah, he scooped. Nice. All right, cool. That's the end of the round. Lots of cards being moved around. We got some cards put on top, and we're showing some other cards. From what I see, it looks like a lot of these cards are just screen caps from the anime. Just like how, besides the really pretty ones, just like how in One Piece, the first set was just a bunch of screenshots from the anime. I know that was very controversial, but it is kind of funny to see those screenshots and the text boxes from this screen of the monitor that we're broadcasting from. Give me 1 second. Jake is over here asking who won, seeing who we can put on the feature table for next round. We'll be back momentarily. Give us just a little bit of time. All right, we are in the 6th round now. round 6. Yeah, we are in the 6th round because the pair down won, so we're doing one more round. And
all right, so we will have a finals match starting soon for you all. It is going to be Zoro versus Black Yellow Luffy. Those are the only 2 undefeateds left. We'll see if Black Yellow Luffy can stabilize fast enough and get himself up to 9K and defend against the swarm that is Zoro. Going to be very interesting. Round 6 pairings just happened, so going to be an interesting show for you all. Thank you all so much for watching and joining us. I appreciate everybody's patience as we've been going through this. Definitely been a fun stream. Thank you as well to Jareen for setting everything up on here. So I'm going to put the music back on as we get ready on this next part, and thank you so much. Hello and welcome back to the Las Vegas Store Regional. We've got the finals here for you. It is Black Yellow Luffy versus Zoro. So we've seen this Zoro player before. I didn't expect to get so many Zoro games today, Jareen.
Zoro is crazy to me. It's the very first card in the decks, and it is just maintain relevancy whenever it has the chance to.
Especially how OP08 has released, and you may recognize the player on the right side, other content creator, Kekfila has been in here as well, made the journey to Kekfila.
Like
my apologies. You guys know my pronunciations on different things. So we've got Kek here with us today. Thank you so much for making the trip. He's going to be playing in this one. Going to be piloting Black Yellow Luffy. He's been doing a great job. Just took down a Bonnie, I believe, in this one, and has played many other matchups coming up to this point. So let me know in the chat who you feel like is about to come up on top. Is it Zoro or Black Yellow Luffy? You let me know. So, Jareen, what do you feel like are going to be some of the key components of this matchup right here?
Key components, honestly, it is very, very difficult to think about, like, when do you swing into the Black Yellow Luffy, right? Because if you're just giving him life, then he can activate as soon as possible. And then all of your 5K swings don't do anything, right? But then, of course, like, sometimes you just brick in Black Yellow Luffy, and then Zoro just has, like, 17 Surgers, so...
And especially when you talk about a card that we talked about earlier, Diable Jambe. You find your Sabos, you find your blockers, but you only have like 2 cards in hand as a 9K leader. All right, Diable Jambe, 14 at face.
14 at face. Diable Jambe. What if he plays that one card that we saw earlier?
Oh, the Gum Gum King Kong Gatling? Yeah, powers up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I lost before. I was playing Black Yellow Luffy against another player, and they were playing Zoro, and randomly played that King Kong Gatling on me. I was like, what the heck is this?
There's a lot of crazy stuff that could happen in this match. I'm excited to see this one. That Black Yellow Luffy as well, being from the new premium binder, got that gold trim inside of it. So Kek, you know, always got to bling out his stuff. Got the Boa Hancock sleeves, custom sleeves as well. And Kenny, I believe, rocking the Hatsune Miku sleeves.
Yes, that is Project Diva, not Project Sekai, but Hatsune Miku sleeves always appreciate that, at least in my opinion.
And so we've got an exciting match here for you. Two great players here. I don't know. I'm pretty sure, are they secured for top 4 if they win this one? I think their resistance is probably high enough that the loser will secure top 4 and get their Nats invite.
They should. How many Nats invites is there? 2?
I'm pretty sure there's 4.
4 Nats invites.
At least that's what I was told. I'll try to get confirmation, or chat, you can let me know in the comments. I don't play in these. I just commentate them. Right,
me too. I used to be super competitive into this game, but, you know, going to locals 4 times a week, it's kind of insane. So I was like, oh, I'm a focus on broadcast engineering now.
Yeah, I mean, Jareen, this is our second time doing a store regional together. Jareen instrumental in the last store regional that we did as well, and we've stepped it up, I feel like, in this one.
Yeah, there are some things that I wish I could have accomplished, like a hand cam and multiple things, but some things got in the way, and we weren't able to do it.
So this is a 64-player tournament, but there were only 50 players, just to clarify in chat. Thank you all for giving me some knowledge on the number of invites that are given out. I think I was told that it was 50, despite only having 50 players, because we were a 64-player tournament. But I could be misremembering. I've had a lot of things to think about. You know, a lot of matches to watch, and cards to remember exactly what they do. You know, pulling up their cards. And so 5 live going on one side, 4 on the other, and it's going to be the Zoro going first. So Zoro going first, getting that 1 done. Going to go in the black-yellow Luffy with 2, and after that draw 4 turn, is going to go ahead and play 2 for a baby Luffy. So interesting, playing a baby Luffy down now, maybe trying to catch some of those rested characters that come on the field and knock him out with the baby Luffy.
Right. Ooh, a swing into him, giving him a life. All right.
And that 5K swing is going to put Keck down to 3, and that chopper is going to finish off the turn for Zoro, trying to find an animal-type character and play down, and it's going to be that chopper. That chopper right there is going to potentially play down another character on the field. Going to be very, very good, and especially with a hiking bear. That's the perfect combo that you want to see.
Right. Yeah, and that's pretty cool. Forcing that life last turn, because when he played the baby, my first thought was like, oh, he's planning to play Makino next turn. But swinging into life makes playing that Makino probably a weird idea. Might make things a little awkward, especially when you have 4 swings next turn.
Yeah, you have to be very careful in this matchup, right? Luffy doing a lot of things to self-inflict the life, right? Trying to awaken themselves. And Zoro just being so aggressive can really punish you on that if you go a little too far. So we'll see exactly how this plays out. Going to be a 5K swing. Is going to take that life at first. No trigger, and Akuzan's going to hit the field, drawing a card, replacing itself in the hand. So now at 5 Dawn, I believe, for the Zoro right here. It's got a lot of different options and a lot to work with, especially with this first Dawn powering up so many different characters. That 3-drop Alabasta chopper now at 5,000. The Swarm chopper now at 6,000. And the Hiking Bear with this Dawn now a 5,000 power character. So using that, and thank you so much, Kenny, for giving a dice notion. That Hiking Bear powering up the Swarm chopper. So that chopper now at 7,000 power is going to use that when attacking. Sees a couple different cards at the top of the deck and going to play that Robson? What's that guy's name?
Robson, yeah.
The Moodang, yeah, the Moodang of the deck.
Moodang, what's that?
You don't know what Moodang is?
No, what?
Oh my gosh, go on the internet later. Is going to be able to take that life on that 7K swing. Going to put Keck down to 2. And that Hiking Bear now swinging a 5. I think kind of just testing the waters right now with 3 Dawn left of like, okay, are you going to take this? Are you going to try to counter out of this? Maybe I can get a card out of the hand.
It is possible, because you only need 6 Dawn, correct? No, you only need 5 Dawn to go full, but you need everything to be in the proper spot. But all you need to do as Black Yellow Luffy is to get to 7, and you'd be fine against a swarm of red swings. And 7 is a harder number for these smaller guys to hit.
And so after that 5 being countered out by the Luffy is going to take this final 5 off of a character, and a 6 is going to come down through the Zoro leaders. So could be another 2K with 3 Dawn open. There's a couple different cards that are options that could come down. And you got to be thinking to yourself, is this going to be another Chopper? Is this going to be a Zoro? Right? And it looks like it's going to be a Rush Zoro 6K swing coming at Keck right now before his 6 Dawn turn is just going to be taking that life, and it's going to go down to 0. So 6 Dawn now, as you were mentioning, this is the time where you can awaken, right? Because awakening and going up to 9, you can do 2 on your leader, use that leader effect to put 2 guys in life, and then you just need 4 Dawn to play down 2 different babies. But 1 baby already on the field, you can use that Dawn elsewhere in here. So yes, One Piece has a 5 character limit on the front line. That's true. And so is thinking, after putting the 2 there, is thinking maybe spreading things out. Maybe try to spread out like Garps and stuff. Maybe trying to do that. And is going to play that Garp. Maybe looking for a key 5 piece to use off of the leader effect.
Makes sense. Because all he needs is a Luffy, because he already has a Luffy on there. So he'd pitch it and then put it back into life. But it looks he already has a Rocket Luffy in the trash. Oh, and there's another Rocket Luffy. Very essential for board clearing.
It will be very good for board clearing. But on the flip side, you won't have any characters that can attack, unfortunately, on there to clear out those bodies. So looks like it is going to be the Luffy put in hand. He's going to need to trash one. And I wonder if on Luffy, I mean, this is going to be a very tricky position, I feel like, for Keck. Definitely. I mean, he's going to be securing his Nats invite, I think, no matter what. At this point, I think his resistance is probably good enough. Right? But we'll see exactly how this plays out.
This entire game is super razor thin. It's so, like, watching this, it's like, I'm just like, oh, man, dude. This is 6 Dawn. You're already at 0 life, and the enemy has 5 on the board. But now he is a 7K leader, making it really hard for these guys to swing into him. But even if he does kill 1 or 2 of these characters on the front line, he still has to deal with 3 swings. And if he just spreads out his Dawn, it will still spell trouble.
And so thinking about now whether or not he wants to pop that treasure rare Luffy that he just put on the field, could be able to get rid of a character, which is really nice, but also draw a card on top of that. But that's 1 less swing that you have in the next turn. Of course, this character doesn't have rush, but if it stays on the field, it can swing. But attaching the rest of the 3 to Kuzan, and looks like swinging at life, maybe?
Swinging at life. Reducing.
Gonna minus for the Zoro. Just trying to board clear at this point, potentially. Going to be taking that life, putting Kenny down to 3. And so now with the Luffy is going to pop that Swarm Zoro. Going to draw a card right there, and now a 9K swing is going to go. I think this is at lead at this point. So is going to put Kenny down to 2 life, and we'll see if Kenny could do the damage in this turn. Not at a full 10 Dawn, only at 7, I think. And with 1 life left, that's one thing to know. Keck left 1 life on his side, so he does have a little bit of control, has plenty of cards in hand, has a ton of opportunity for stuff like counter. And if Kenny decides to go for the board, right, like this Kuzan, that's almost like a blocker almost.
Pretty much. And the Kuzan being a very, what is it, juicy target, because the leader is at 7. And with all these small bodies on board, maybe go for the Kuzan, but that just, Keck's already in the position for cycling. And yet, there we go. We go at 5 to Kuzan.
Going to be a 5K swing because of that 1 Dawn attached to the Zoro. Going to be thinking about whether or not he wants to keep it or block. And basically, well, not technically a block, but basically a block at this point. 1 less swing you have to worry about on there. So we'll see exactly what he decides to do with the rest of this Dawn that he's got going on. Going to be a 7K swing coming in, just matching the leader's value. Only 1K counter is needed to get out of this. Has plenty of options in his hand. And it's going to be that blocker Sabo right there. We talked about the importance of Diable Jambe, right? That could be a card that we see in this one, but going to have a little bit of Dawn left. I think he has 5 Dawn left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it looks like at this point.
7 minus 2.
Could attach Makes 1 sense. To the Hiking Bear, give a little bit of power boost to the Mudang, or Robson, I believe is what it's called. but is at first going to swing 7 with the Zoro, maybe thinking about, you know, not going entirely for game at this point, but giving him a 2K counter right there. So a 2K counter might be an interesting sign, I think, for the Black Yellow Luffy, and is going to go aggressive with the Kid Killer. The Kid Killer, really at this point, I think if you're Kenny, if you're going for the board at this point, you're trying to go for the 2K counters, and you're trying to get that life to be bottom decked, right? Because that life that stays there, now he can awaken a little bit with the Luffy, right? He can go in and get a 2K power boost for only 2 Dawn, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Right. Not only can he get a 2K power boost for free, practically, he can also still play 2 more babies and then go up to 11. Or, you know, go up to 9 with a character, with a life is also very crucial, especially because of Diablo Jambe. If Diablo Jambe is a possible card, you want to always have a card in life.
And so immediately popping that Kid Killer, we've talked about how important and strong that card is, and Keck really recognizing that as well off of the Luffy pop, is going to go ahead and pitch an Ice Age off the leader effect. Going to put 2 characters in life. Looks like it's going to be Sabo and Rocket Luffy. Thank you. And using the Sabo effect first, gonna put him up to 9 on this turn. Maybe gonna leave the Treasure Rare Luffy on the field. So we'll see what he does with the rest of the Dawn that he's got here. I think he's got 2 Dawn left. Could attach the 2 to the Garp and swing at this Alabasta Chopper potentially. But the Sabo pitching the Gecko, maybe just saying, I don't have enough time in this game for Gecko.
Right. Very interesting to see how this game is going, because wherever we thought the back foot was, it's just constantly shifting.
It's definitely been an interesting game right now. I definitely think Kenny probably has advantage just based on the style of the game or the timeline of the game, but Keck still has a fighting chance just as much as anybody right now. And playing the Garp right there, finding another baby Luffy, and even though you can't play it this turn, it is a counter card, is going to go ahead and swing 12, I think, at life right here, I think it was.
Right. Earlier, somebody was like, why didn't he go for board? If he didn't go for board, the life would have been really tall, and it'd be hard for him to go for game. Like, we are playing on a razor-thin wire is what I feel like I'm watching.
I think Keck is really, like, being almost as aggressive as Kenny right now and putting Kenny on a clock, saying, you know what, I'm going to have these gigantic swings. Now you're at 1 life left. Both players now at 1 life going into this turn, and now we're at 9 Dawn, I believe, by the Zoro. And as a 9K leader with Luffy, this is what we talked about earlier, the impact of boosting up your leader. It's a heavy Dawn investment to be able to swing at this black-yellow Luffy. So it'll be curious to see what he decides to do on this one. We know access of rush cards are huge in this deck. We've already seen 1 Kid Killer and 1 Zoro. Does he have any more to be able to utilize and get an extra swing? Gonna be thinking in here, definitely, I would imagine that you will want to at least attach 1 to Zoro, right?
Right?
Zoro being the guy that powers up, basically effectively giving a Dawn to every other character on your field, gives a lot of value, and why this archetype and why this leader has been so good for so long.
He's at 9 Dawn right now, right?
I believe he's at 9, yes.
If he had a Rayleigh or Dragon or something, I feel like that would also be really good. Oh, there we go. We got 1 on Zoro. But yeah, because thinking about it, like, there's not really much else Zoro can do, huh? He could go wide, or he could go wide, swing wide, or just build board. But because the leader is at 9K, how much good does that actually do you?
5 cards in Keck's hand right now. 1 life that's still worth noting, and also a Sabo. So especially with 9, if you're gonna swing this turn, you gotta really put the pressure on. But I think this is what we're talking about. Keck has actually not played this at a bad point, because especially because Keck has continuously gone at life. He's basically said, like, maybe I'm going for game next turn, right?
Exactly.
I've got access to rush characters. I've got the ability to power you down. You don't really have blockers, potentially, so is going to be attaching 3 more, swinging 9, just matching the Luffy, is just going to require a 1K counter out of the Luffy's hand. And so We're going to see what he decides to do on this one. No Raleigh, unfortunately, on this one. But I don't know if Raleigh would really help you at this point.
No. I was just thinking about what other cards he could do. What other moves could he do with the Dawn that he had, right?
Oh, yeah. And so going to be pitching this 5-cost Luffy could be nice to put back in life if you're looking for a throwaway life, right, to go back at the bottom of the deck. Maybe not something that you could really utilize in this one. So has, I think, 4 Dawn left. Or no, 5 Dawn left, I'm sorry. 5 Dawn at this point. Plays the 5 Rush Luffy, still can't swing.
Still can't swing.
So definitely, I think, much more of an interesting spot for Kenny than originally what a lot of people would give credit for. It's definitely one of those things that even though Kenny had such a great start in this game, really looked like he was taking the table, the Luffy's kind of stabilized a little bit in here, and it's going to be up to the Luffy to be able to maybe close out this game. We know that Keck has been playing Black Luffy all tournament, right, and has been a very good player. You know, a lot of people watch his content for a good reason, and so maybe already knows what to do against Zoro, and maybe hasn't been worried really the whole time on there.
Yeah, very, very interesting, this razor-thin game. But, like, with all the advantage Kenny had at the beginning, being at a 9K leader plus a life in there puts Kenny at such a safe spot.
So a little over 17 minutes left. Still plenty of time in this game right now. It's a crucial part of the game, especially because you attach those 4 Dawn to the Zoro, and is going to play that Rush Luffy down, but just past the turn, right? So no 1 Dawns to play. What is that? The come and shut up and come dance, or shut up? No, not shut up and dance with me. The shut up and come with us.
Yeah, shut up and come with us.
Event to play down a blocker chopper, but it has plenty of cards in hand still. So who knows? Maybe if you can block out of the rest of the attacks that Keck is going to put on, you could defend against all of those and then just, yeah, I'll take the life on your 12,000 power swing or 11,000 power leader swing. That's fine.
Right. We're putting 2 Dawn on the leader. Going to activate the leader effect.
Well,
we have to wait for the...
Yeah, has to awaken first. And so playing the Gecko right now is going to bring back 2 babies. Does have to trash one of those Garps, so puts that one away and is going to use that Luffy, put that Luffy on the field to be able to boost up by 2. And so here's an interesting thing as well. The Luffy pop does go, but the 5-drop Luffy is still on the field, and especially with unblockable, you can't pop that with just the regular treasure rare Luffy. You got to have an Ice Age or something that we pitched earlier in this game. So could spell a little bit of trouble. Does awaken to that Luffy to go to a 9,000 power leader. And with no Dawn left, I believe, just has a little 9 swing coming at lead right now. Has to decide whether or not he wants to pop a character. It may be beneficial to drawing a card, right? This next turn, you've got a Sabo to come in. You've got a Gecko to come in. You've got a Garp and leader as well for a deck that doesn't play too many blockers. So maybe drawing that card is just valuable.
I wonder if he has Diablo in hand. Because if he has a Diablo in hand plus Rush Luffy, that might just be game, right?
He's got to still reach out to 9K. Yeah. Remember that 9K. Luffy is a 9K leader, so you're already going to have to invest 3 Dawn, right, to get 1 9K swing in. 1 to the leader and 2 to the Luffy, right, to get that. And the Luffy, thankfully, is unblockable, but can you get 2 more swings in? That's going to be the big question on here.
Right.
Gonna be insane to be able to do this.
It would have to be 2 unblockable tall swings. Just 2 tall unblockable swings. 4 cards in hand. There was a lot of hand shaping early in the game. I would not be surprised if every single card in there was a 2K. Also, chat was asking how leader became 9K. It's not the leader ability, it's the babies. When the babies do their effect, they increase the leader's ability. They increase the leader's power by 2K. And he's been doing it twice every turn.
Yeah, so giving him consistent and ends up countering out of that one.
That was a lot of counter.
A lot of counter.
There. I finally see it.
Yeah, those ducks. We saw the super squad, duck squad, I believe it's called. I should have done more research before the tournament. Is going to use that Luffy to pop a character. Is going to pop that Alabasta Tony Chopper in there and draw a card. And it looks like maybe he drew a 2K right there. That was huge.
Oh, my God. We'll see.
So now, though, it's full 10 Dawn. So seeing what's in the hand right now, do you go in? Do you maybe build board a little bit? It's definitely in a rough spot. It looked really good for Kenny, but now we're not so sure at this point. It looks like Favors in black-yellow being able to prioritize those babies early, right? Even when you're only at like 6 Dawn or something like that. You were mentioning you only need 6 Dawn to be able to do the black-yellow Luffy baby summoning, power-ups, things of that nature, and it turned out well for him.
And then on top of that, during that turn, he had a baby Luffy on the board already, so he only needed 4 Dawn, honestly. But he only needed to go to 7 that turn, so he only used that baby. That baby was free.
So preemptively playing that baby Luffy seems silly at first on the 2 Dawn turn, but paid so many dividends for him in this matchup. So going to be another 9K swing. Once again, investing 4 Dawn into the Zoro to be able to swing. Just going to be a 1K counter that you get out of this right here. I definitely think that you probably want to give up just one, but it's a matter of who you give up in this one. And it looks like it's going to be a 5-cost Luffy. So now even if the unblockable Luffy comes down and swings, all right, yeah, you can take a life. It'll go down to the bottom of the deck, and good luck swinging with anything else.
Exactly.
Right in this one. So
like, don't forget though, we still do have those cards. What is it? The King Kong Gatling.
Oh yeah, the King Kong
would be a
Gatling.
crazy surprise to see, but I don't think it would work on anybody besides Luffy himself, because I think it has to be a Straw Hat.
It'll be curious to see how he does this, but even if he can't win this turn, right, he has to adjust. What can he do to kind of restabilize, right? Kind of go into a more defensive mode. This deck, not necessarily defensive, but is going to be very tough, especially with plenty of swings coming your way. We're seeing a little bit of peek at the hand. Not going to mention too much just in case they hear us, but could be a little tough for Kenny.
Very tough spot. Shout out to Keck, because he did exactly what I was saying earlier. Going to 9K and then also still having 1 in life. Very good rotation of the brothers to maintain such a difficult board state.
And that's the thing. You want to consistently get those power-ups every single turn. So what's the best scenario to get you to that point? He's going to be attaching a ton of Dawn to the Mudang or whatever. 4 Dawn attached plus 1. It's just going to be a simple 1K counter out of it. Leaves 2 Dawn up.
2K.
So we'll see.
Flampe 2K.
On here. Yeah, Flampe 2K gets him out of that swing. So we'll
3
see
cards
exactly. Looks like just passes the turn off to Keck. So here we go. Keck now at a full 10 Dawn with Black Yellow Luffy. Has a Sabo, has a Gecko, and has definitely a leader that can power up. So
he only has 4 cards in hand, though. If he made it so that all the cards are... Oh, I forgot that there was a Gecko on board. He
Gecko just being...
He still has all the base swings.
Just being a regular 9K swing is going to use that Shut Up and Come With Us event that we were talking about earlier. Trying to find that blocker Chopper, and does end up finding it right there. But I think because the counter phase happens before the blocker phase, you still have to take the life. You can't opt to block in that scenario. Is going to go ahead, play the Luffy, and evolve, leaving that treasure rare Luffy countering out of those swings. Very good for Keck's game plan, and it looks like Kenny just scooping, especially after that baby Luffy, revealing that final baby Luffy in the hand. Seeing so many of them in here and looping those treasure rare Luffys, being essential to the game plan and being able to pop them. A lot of people would say, you know, it's a little tough to lose out on a character that could potentially swing, but popping and drawing just such a good game plan, I feel like, for it.
Especially when you're playing against a deck that, gets a lot of value from having a board. But when you, especially because like Treasure Luffy, except for that, not Treasure Luffy, Rocket Luffy, except for the other Luffy that he had, could kill anything without any cost reduction. Especially that blocker chopper. As soon as he put the blocker chopper out, I was like, he still has a Treasure Rare Luffy in the trash, or in the life, and it's basically just summoned for nothing.
It was close for Kenny and the Zoro deck, but unfortunately could not last it out. Keck and Black Yellow Luffy going to be the winner of our store regional, but although we don't have an exact meta share, we're going to try to get you that information in a later YouTube video, so make sure like, comment, subscribe, all that crap. You know, make sure to do those things. What we saw in this tournament, we didn't showcase it a lot, but there was a lot of Luchi in the room.
There was.
We tried not to show Luchi every single round, and we actually did just that. I think we only showed Luchi 2 rounds or just one?
Because it was Black Yellow, and then it was Luchi against Zoro?
Yeah, I think it was Zoro. So we only showed Zoro twice, which was really nice. There's a decent amount of Zoro in the room.
Do you
want to?
We can interview.
Yeah, sure.
No, over here.
We're going to try to get Keck for a winner's interview right here shortly for you. That is going to be the final round. We're going to do some interview, maybe talk about the game plan, let him shout out his channel too, as well as another content creator. But anyways, we're going to bring him over. But yeah, just an interesting game plan here for us.
I'm buying one of these backpacks too now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're going to, Keck saying he's going to buy a bunch of backpacks. I mean, you got a lot of store credit, I think, from this. Well, you'd have to check with Will, the owner of the store.
Oh,
but,
just the mic? Oh,
yeah, it's just the mic on here. So
we're chilling here. I'm going to look like you.
All right, so tell me a little bit at first, you know, going into Zoro, you kind of played that really well. So did you, how many Treasure Rare Luffys had you, or not Treasure Rare, Rocket Luffys, one happened to be a Treasure Rare. How many of those did you have in hand, like when you preemptively played that baby Luffy? Because on your 2-Dawn turn, what seemed like a silly option at first, we were like, oh, he's playing that. It ended up paying dividends for you.
I think I had 1 or 0 in my hand, and the main thing is that Zoro does not have removal anymore. How they beat you is you're at 6 Dawn, and it's too hard to awaken. So if you can just play any or both 2-drops, it's pivotal for that matchup. Let's say I have another scenario that happens. Let's say I didn't have a little character, but I play a Garp. On my 4-Dawn turn, if I have the choice between playing a 4-cost Kuzan, a 4-cost Kuzan, or 2 babies, I'll play 2 babies. Because that's all that matters. I just need to become a 7K leader with 1 life.
We were talking about that interaction of you can boost up your leader, and Zoro, in order to swing, although they have a huge board, they're going to have to invest so much Dawn. So I was going to say, especially out of the early gates, you know, saw that 3-Dawn turn from the Zoro playing down all of those characters. Were you sweating a little bit at that time?
I was, yeah. I had to like counter out of a 5K really early on, right? But it was for sure, it's always a sweat early on. Now I'm just hoping my life is okay. And actually, a small thing that happened on my on the turn where he went really, really hard on me, on when I was at 7K leader, I had just enough cards to counter out, but still have a combo in my hand. So like it was just like perfect. If I had 1 more non-counter in hand, I would probably would have been in trouble actually.
But it's those key decisions at times like this. No matter what, you've qualified for nationals, right? Did you have a nationals qualifier before?
Not this one, no, because Nats just finished like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So this is my first Nats qualification.
Your first Nats qualifier.
So you may not see me at some store Nats at my actual locals in Utah, because I came down here from Utah to play today.
I was going to say, I didn't actually know where you were from, so Utah, very nice, driving across state lines to be able to come to you. How do you feel about Las Vegas? How do you feel about this store?
It feels great. I have a lot of family here, so it works out really well. So that was like the extra excuse to actually come down. Because it's a 7-hour drive. Like, well, 14 hours if you count both ways. But no, this is great. This is a huge shop, night and day games. This is number 1 shop I've been to be honest. Like, I have a really good shop at home, but this is great.
The Night and Day is going to love that one as well. And we thank you again coming out. You've got a channel for anyone who does not know. Shout yourself out real quick. Promote yourself.
So my channel is Keck Filet. You can follow me on Twitter, follow me on YouTube. I have a Patreon. I make lots of content. I will tell you, I filmed all 6 games, okay? Like, I have POV of 5 games and then 6, but I want to say I was extremely lucky today. Like, every game, great matchup, never bricked.
What were your matchups today, by the way?
Oh, yeah, so I played against the Katakuri round 1.
Oh, Katakuri. I didn't know there was one in the room.
Yeah, I wonder if it's the same one. They made a mistake. They played Kadatsu when I had 2 life, thinking they can kill my 4-drop. And when they could have just played a Mom. If they played a Mom instead, I actually would have been in trouble, but they had no counter they hand at the end of the game. So I think I would have won based off of just that.
Yeah, that's sometimes what happens on their... Oh, gotcha.
Round 2, I played against a Zoro, and I had something similar like this happen. Right? By the way, I won every dice roll besides the last one, so that happened. I played against a Luchi. They did not see good curve. I went second as well. I played against a BY. They bricked, actually, horribly. I played against, and this is the hardest matchup today, it was Bonnie. I feel like I actually made a huge misplay mid-game. I played out of Moria and played out Luffy, little Luffy. When I thought I put out Luffy Sabo, because I put that in my life, and it was like literally hands on the head, like, I think I'm going to lose this game. And I don't know why, I was just nervous and playing fast. I had a turn where I actually paid 5. I said, I'm going to play Luffy, and I put down a Sabo, and I was like, I meant to play Rocket Luffy, right? Because I wanted to kill his blocker. So I was like, oh, wait, I said that, so is that okay? And they're like, yeah. My opponent was very nice, but and obviously a horrible matchup for me.
Yeah.
But I was able to somehow beat that one. That was probably the craziest. And then this one, it was pretty close. I would say it's fairly standard Zoro versus BY, even though a lot of Zoro players are a little too confident into BY. It's kind of the best deck of format.
Well, I think it's kind of one of those things, and I will agree. I've said this like on my channel too, that like especially when Red Purple Law was running around, if Red Purple Law wasn't there, Black Yellow Luffy best deck in format in my opinion. I think it's just that good of a deck.
Yeah, and even then it wasn't so bad back then.
Yeah.
But it's good. It's too good. It's a fake deck, guys. It's a fake deck. You should abuse it until they ban it, because it is really fake. So.
That's what we do here. Play the best decks, win the store regionals, earn your invites, and you can see Keck at Nationals. When is Nationals again?
January 5th, 6th.
Yeah.
I haven't booked my ticket. I'm in the LCQ, so I don't even know if I can play in it now. I think they let me. I paid. They can't.
I guess if they refund you, they can. Can you still get the part? Do you get participation in the LCQ?
I probably.
Oh, yeah.
The next person in line gets it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm doing 2 tournaments that weekend. Let's go.
That's what we like to see. Love playing card games, and we'll love to see you in the results and through the rounds at that event as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for coming to Las Vegas as well there. But anyways, that's going to be all for the stream. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate you all. Like, comment, subscribe, all that blah, blah, blah. We're going to clean up the VOD. We're going to repost it as well to give you the best experience as well. They're just announcing top 16, so we'll get you that meta share in the future as well. We got to send it to Eggman too, I think. Is he still doing store regional stuff?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I got to message him on
he'll
that.
just do it.
Yeah, that's what we did last time in Vegas for it. So thank you again so much for watching. Appreciate everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Or tomorrow? Maybe tomorrow. I don't know.
Woo! I don't know if they're going to deck check me, so...